Okay, you're live. You're all set to go.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes, of course. Have a great event today.
Thank you. Okay,
Bye.
I see you. Bye. We are live. Okay, Lana.
Looking like a gem, works hard in the week, party on the weekend. Know you wanna live when no one watching how you spend. Got a thing for the finer things and the finer men. Miss Tanzania, she a do or die. Says she wanna know more about the Sukuma tribe. We hit the zoo, once wasn't enough. Got an ocean full of knowledge, you could scuba dive. Miss Asian honeys, know you repping for your country. Sun kissing your brown skin, looking like money. Says she focusing on being an accountant. When you have beauty and brains, they find it astounding. Why? She been getting it on her own. Self-made, ain't nobody doing gold digger. Now Miss India always speaks with her chest. Got respect from her people cause she leads them the best. Real life queen in the flesh. Know the crown get heavy, still the bees on your head. Brooklyn ladies, know you hustle on the daily. Innovative just like Donna Summer in the 80s. Your time is seeing you glow now. Intelligence and elegance, show 'em how. Miss Jamaica understand food for the soul. She get up in the kitchen, no she throw down. Ain't nothing without a woman, no. Woman to woman, I just wanna see you glow. Tell 'em what's up. So ahead of time, and you know that you're fine. You're so damn fine, girl. She a gonna girl, calm with it, never let the marijuana fail. Though a sucker for the romance, take you to the homeland. One way, she ain't coming back, nah. All I see is black stars and I friggin' love it, yeah, yeah. Time's up, tell the people that we coming, yeah, yeah. Done being in the shadow, going public, yeah, yeah. Don't know how to bear it, how to stomach, yeah, yeah. Hand over the shit and let us run it, yeah, yeah. All we know is looking flawless, all they know is stare, stare. Ain't nothing without a woman, no. Woman to woman, I just wanna see you glow, glow, glow.
I love how you glow from 0 to 100 and leave the dust behind. You've got this, and lead them with your light. You
Woman to woman, I just wanna see you glow. Tell them what's up.
You know, Cindy, sometimes, you know, I just look around and I just think of all the things we've gone through, all the great things in life, and all the horrible things that are just the other half of the great things in life. And how you don't really get greatness without sacrifice. You don't get good things without a little bit of pain. And how happiness is the substitute for the emptiness that you can sometimes feel on the other side. And you know, it just reminds me to call you, but then you never.
Like leaves on the Mississippi River. Black leaves in the Mississippi fire. Black leaves in the Mississippi choir. Black leaves on the Mississippi land. And we've got garden, we've got sons and daughters, we got grit and glory, we've got modern stories, we've got strength like towers, we got hope and power. God made woman with an iron's hand, placed her up on heaven's land. God made woman with an iron's hand, raised her up on heaven's land. With strength like towers, we've got hope and power. God made woman with an iron hand, raised her up in heaven's land. Something bad is about to happen to me. I don't know what, but I feel it coming. Might be so sad, might leave my nose running. I just hope she don't wanna leave me. Don't you give me up, please. Don't give up on me. I belong with you. Don't leave me. Only my girl, only you, babe. Only you, darling, only you, babe. Only you, my girl, only you, babe. Only you, darling, only you. Something bad is about to happen to me. Why I feel this way, I don't know, maybe. I think of her so much, it drives me crazy. I just don't want her to leave me. Don't you give me up, please. Don't give up on me. I belong with you. Don't leave me. Only my girl, only you, babe. Only you, darling, only you, babe. Only you, my girl, only you, babe. Only you, darling, only you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Hope Bentley, the Symposium editor for the UCLA Law Review. Thank you for joining us on day 2 of our Symposium Toward an Abolitionist Future. Yesterday, we had great conversations to kick off our symposium about the legal system as an impediment to change, community, pleasure and vice, and LA organizers leading abolitionist change here. We have more exciting conversations planned for today, and I would like to hand it over to Professor Morgan and Professor Okedegbe.
Good morning. Again, welcome to the second day of the symposium. I'm Ngozi Okedegbe. I'm a professor at Cardozo School of Law. It's been such an honor to have been able to be part of the planning of this wonderful event. The inspiring conversations that took place yesterday, along the ones that will take place today, is exactly what I was hoping for when I got the amazing chance to assist in planning this symposium with my amazing faculty co-sponsors and the law review editors of the UCLA Law Review. I'm so grateful. I'd like to just end my short comments because I'm really excited to start the day by thanking again the Law Review editors for their hard work in planning this symposium. I would like to thank UCLA for hosting us. And I'd also really like to thank the panelists for their time and for sharing their visions with us, and all of you for coming. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Okedegbe. It is really a wonderful opportunity to work with you and Professor Tucci and the incredible students on this symposium. Thank you all for taking the time. So I have the difficult task of trying to recap day one. Day one was an incredible day, and there were lots of incredible conversations that we had in community and around discussions of abolition. So I'm just going to take a few minutes to provide a bit of a recap, to walk through the panels to see what were some of the big themes, questions, and ideas that were surfaced. So on the legal institutions panel, the panelists discussed key questions like, who am I accountable to and who am I in community with? Alec Karakasanis found those to be foundational questions to thinking through the role of lawyers, law students, legal workers, and abolitionist movements. Panelists asked, what does it mean to show up as an abolitionist lawyer, but not to mistake our credentials for a skill set that will actually further the cause of abolitionist movements? Those were remarks made by Professor Mao Leon and Professor Murakawa. How can law students and lawyers be retrained to alter their approach to lawyering and legal work? Robert Salim Holbrook asked, in ways that further the abolitionist vision. So the first panel was really foundational and I think helpful in centering some of the key questions of thinking about the role of law in abolitionist movements, but not centering the role of law in such movements. The next panel was Abolition and Community, moderated by Professor Khalid Beydoun. There were key questions raised in that panel and some important insights. We got incredible offerings from organizers in Georgia, and say in particular, the work that's happening there was very inspiring. I'm going to surface a few comments that Tiffany Williams-Roberts made and key questions. So one of the questions is, how do we pursue a radical vision while responding to harms? So Williams-Roberts encouraged us not just to talk about reform, but to talk about harm mitigation as an abolitionist strategy. How do we make it not feasible for policymakers to err on the side of pragmatism when pragmatism tends to harm racialized, negatively racialized and marginalized groups? Again, just pulling from what Williams-Roberts said. And one other last, I think, helpful framing from that panel was the notion that we have to acknowledge the fears of that community members have while imagining solutions. Again, just to draw from what Tiffany Williams-Roberts said. Victoria Copeland reminded us not to seek to quote unquote empower communities, but to recognize that communities empower us. And then of course, Kendall Thomas and Justin Hansford grounded us in thinking about abolition as connected to a Reconstruction vision, of course, the original abolition movement, as a part of and working with ongoing abolitions to think of the vision of the Reconstructionists today in our movements. We also heard from Derecka Purnell, who has an incredible book out, Becoming Abolitionists, in a dialogue with Professor Justin Hansford. Derecka talked about the book, a personal narrative that helps us sort of ground her ongoing abolitionist work in her lived experience. A very, I think, important set of conversations were had to think about abolition in a personal context as a personal praxis. Derecka also responded to a question about responses to violence and how abolitionists grapple with such questions as harm and violence in our society. Derecka advised us to remember three important things: that we maximize prevention, we maximize accountability, and we maximize repair. Professor Tucci led an engaging discussion of abolition, vice, and pleasure on her panel. Cassandra reminded us that we have to rethink and shift our relationship to drugs. We have to encourage abolitionist movements to not silo discussions of vice in abolitionist spaces, especially when discussing harm reduction. Alex Vitale encouraged us to create systems of care and provision. Of course, we know that that's ongoing, but just to surface that and other alternatives to criminalization, Professor Margot Kaplan reminded us that we need to decentralize our focus around criminalization and shift that to other systems of care and provision again, but to also think about economic systems and creating new ones that value people and don't exploit them. And also, I think, reminded us importantly to move beyond responses to problems, because so often people from historically marginalized groups are framed as the problem. So we have to shift to building and away from thinking about social problems individually. We also closed the day with an incredible panel of abolitionist organizers. Patrisse, Melina, Lex, Michael, and Christian shared the incredible work of Dignity and Power Now, Cancel the Contract, Antelope Valley, and what Black Lives Matter LA is doing, and inspired us all to ground the abolitionists theorizing and thinking in a local context that's responding to the immediate harms posed by policing, surveillance, criminalization, and punishment. So we covered a lot of ground. We certainly look forward to the discussions for today. I want to thank all of our panelists and thank you all for taking the time to think through these deep questions. I'll turn it back over to our incredible student organizers to kick off the first panel.
Great, thank you so much for that excellent wrap up of day one, Professor Morgan. And good morning, everyone. My name is Alana Kane, and I'm the editor-in-chief of the UCLA Law Review. So if you're just joining us, welcome. And for those of you who joined us yesterday, welcome back to Toward an Abolitionist Future. So throughout the day, we encourage you to join the conversation online at UCLA Law Review on Twitter and Instagram using the hashtag Toward an Abolitionist Future. So I am so thrilled to introduce the first panel of the day, Reimagining Public Safety. So this panel will contemplate what true community safety looks like, imagining a public safe from the abuses of state violence. Moderating our first panel is Marbury Staley-Butts, who currently serves on the leadership team of the Movement for Black Lives policy table and helped develop the Vision for Black Lives policy platform. She works closely with organizers and communities across the country to advance and actualize radical policy. So with that, Marbury, welcome.
Thank you so much. And I just want to echo what's been said already, which is just deep, deep and profound gratitude. I think this movement for freedom and abolition is made possible by these spaces. And so really grateful for all the love and the labor and patience and grace that went into this space. So thank you so much. Welcome. Good morning, good early afternoon. For those of us who are snowed in, I hope folks are warm and cozy. I'm super excited and really honored to be holding down this first panel this morning. So as was said, my name is Marbury. I use she and her pronouns. And I have the honor and the gift to actually facilitate a panel with some amazing panelists who have experience thinking about and I think conceptualizing safety beyond the carceral state. So I'm really excited to dig into that. But before we start, I want to do an exercise that we often actually do in organizing spaces. And it's an exercise kind of meant to ground us and tap into what safety means for each of us. We've been inundated with this idea that safety means more police and more prisons and more cops and occupation. But I think often we find that if we kind of tap into our own bodies, what safety actually looks like and feels like is very different. So I'm going to just ask folks to lean in for a second and close your eyes, or if you want to just kind of fix your gaze on something and take a deep breath. I want to ask everyone to just imagine, to vision what safety feels like to you. So when I say safety, what is it that comes up for you? What is the image? What's the smell? What does it taste like? What does it feel like? Who are you with? Who are you surrounded by in a safe moment? What are the sounds that you hear, the smells that you smell? And just ask folks to take a minute with that, take a deep breath, open up the diaphragms. And for folks who are inside of the Zoom, I want to just ask you to put that in the chat box. So what are some of the words, the images that come into your mind when I say safety? And this is an exercise that actually I had been asked to do in lots of organizing spaces. And very often after we do it, folks popcorn kind of what came up for you. And in the kind of 6 years of abolitionist organizing, never has someone said police or prisons or a cage or military equipment. And the reality is people say things like home. They say things like shelter. They say family a lot, right? That when we think about and we tap into cooking with your Nana, right? So things that actually keep us safe are things that are familiar, they're loving, and they're not punishment. They're not violence repurposed. And so I think this is a really important way to enter this conversation, that actually at our gut, at our most kind of visceral level, we all know that safety doesn't look like strangers. It doesn't look like police. It doesn't look like more violence. It looks like things that are familiar, that are loving, that are warm, shelter, stability, right? And so I think all of us to enter this conversation with kind of tapping into that space. So with that said, and thank you all for doing that with me, I'm really, really excited to introduce our incredible panel this morning/afternoon. And I'm going to ask each of you all to do a brief intro of yourself. So say your name and your pronoun, and then also what keeps you safe, like what makes you feel safe. And I know that there's a beautiful program and y'all can Google, and so there's more bios available. This is an amazing panel. You should Google all of them. We're going to ask us to kind of keep it just a name, pronoun, and then what keeps you safe. And then we're going to dig in. And let's do Brandon, Jocelyn, Amanda, and then Aaron.
Awesome. It is a pleasure to rock the mic with such incredible minds. So much love to the organizers and the UCLA Law Review for putting on a phenomenal program. I am a professor at Washington and Lee University School of Law. My pronouns are he, him. I write about abolition movements and constitutional structure and understandings. I've thought deeply about this question, what makes me feel safe? I grew up in upstate New York. We were poor. I lived in a trailer park that was predominantly white. We were one of a handful of Black families. As a single mother raising 4 children, my mom worked tirelessly for us to survive. She would come home after working a 3 to 11 shift and pray. She would often pray that my older brother and I, older by 2 years, would stay the same height. Why? Because we owned 2 pairs of jeans. My brother would wear one pair and I wore the other. And at nighttime, we would hand wash those jeans so that we could switch jeans for the following day. I still have calluses on my hands. It was late summer 1999, a chilly Saturday night. I was 12. My mom was working her regular shift. It was around 9 p.m. A bunch of teenagers, all white and 2 white passing, wanted to play a game of hide and seek. They invited me to play. Why not? Hide and seek in a trailer park is interesting. Kids would climb up and hide on roofs of trailers, behind the skirts of trailers, and in the sprawling green space that consisted of 2 trees and a couple of bushes. Police were called by an owner. They complained that someone was on top of their roof. The police showed up, which is to say, the white police showed up, rounded all of us up into the street. There were about 25 of us. I was the youngest of the group, but cops tend to age Black kids by several years. I was the only Black kid. Cops singled me out, accused me of attempting to rob a home, roughed me up, threw me in the back of a cop car. They said the most horrific things to me. Every other word out of their mouths was the N-word, usually followed by some threat to hurt me, to imprison me, to kill me. Cops drove around for about an hour, but it did feel like forever. I was bloodied up, crying, and could not stop thinking about my mom. I let her down. I should have stayed home that night. She was going to be upset with me, not only because I got in trouble, but because the cops, in roughing me up, ripped my jeans. Those jeans my brother needed to wear the next day for church. Fortunately, I made it home that night. When my mom got home that night from work, she was visibly distraught. She sat me down, she gave me the talk. She looked at my jeans and said, "Brandon, do not worry about it. Your jeans are torn up and cannot be fixed. We will replace them." Sometimes in life, that is what is required. And boy, I am not just talking about your clothes. You tear it down, you replace it with something better. We do not have much, Brandon. I know. I'm trying, but we do have our imaginations to fill our hearts, our minds, and our dreams. Brandon, do you hear me? That's what makes me feel safe. My imagination, the dreams of my ancestors who were enslaved but fought hard so that I could imagine something transformative for my daughters. And you all, a community I am inspired by every single day, who remind me Our work is more than dreams. It is, as Amna Akbar said, demands for a more just and equitable world. It is there I find comfort.
Thank you so much for that, Brandon. Jocelyn?
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for letting me join you in this space. I'm Jocelyn Simonson. My pronouns are she, her, and I am a professor at Brooklyn Law School. And just now, in taking my breath and closing my eyes, thinking about what makes me feel safe this morning. Right now, I'm in New York City. It's snowing pretty hard outside, and I am sitting in my apartment with the radiator behind me, feeling warm and cozy. I have a hot coffee here. That makes me feel warm and safe. And perhaps you can hear outside, there are snow plows going on. So there are people putting in the labor, covered, probably freezing, making the street safe for me to go walk outside later. So that's sort of in the moment what I was thinking about is making me safe. And then as I think more broadly, this week, what makes me feel safe is knowing my neighbors well, knowing the people on the hallway, should anything happen to me or them, having organized with my neighbors so that we have a way of getting in touch, especially for my older neighbors, should anything happen during this snowy weekend. So feeling, surrounded by love and also people putting in labor to make me feel safe is how I'm coming into this space today.
I love it. Thank you so much, Jocelyn. Amanda?
Good morning, everyone. I'm so glad to be here and to be part of this conversation. So I'm Amanda Alexander, the founding executive director of the Detroit Justice Center, and I use she, her pronouns. And where my mind went to when we closed our eyes was to being in my garden. So I'm a gardener. And I thought of waking up in the morning in the spring and summer when it's not snowing outside, and just being there and being really attuned to, what's coming up, feeling a close relationship with the soil and the plants there, and having a sense for what'll be ready to cut soon in terms of food or flowers to share with my friends. And it's a big part of how I practice my freedom. And feeling free feels connected to safety for me. So that's where my mind went. And I also feel safe when I'm gathered with friends in community and sharing a meal.
I love it. Thank you, Amanda. Erin?
Hi, everyone. My name is Erin Miles Cloud. I use she, her pronouns. I am the co-founder and co-director of an organization called Movement for Family Power, where we work to abolish the family regulation system, a system that many people have grown up understanding to be the child welfare system. And what makes me feel safe, I am in New York City in the Bronx in Lenape land right now, and it is a blizzard, as I think you guys have probably heard. Because New York people, we can't stop talking about where we live. And what makes me feel safe is heat, food, shelter. What makes me feel safe is feeling like I can get help without punishment, without shame. And what makes me feel safe is feeling like I can tell my whole truth to people, and that whole truth will be received with love and will come back to hold me.
I love it. So thank you all so much for sharing that. And thank you also for folks who shared in the chat. So we're going to dig right in. I think, y'all painted a picture of safety that was about infrastructure. I think Jocelyn mentioned that, community, family, connection with nature and land, imagination, being able to lean on people. And none of y'all, of course, said the police. None of y'all said tough on crime policies. None of y'all said occupation, right? But we'd love to dig a bit deeper, because for so long in our imagination, in the US imagination, safety is equated with violence by the state, but violence nonetheless. So curious for y'all, and want to hear from Amanda and Erin, but also whoever else wants to weigh in on this. What does public safety mean to you? How do you think about the ways that it's been conflated really with kind of white middle-class comfort, right? The need to make sure there aren't folks on the street who are homeless to feel as if they're in a world that they feel comfortable in. Like, how have those things been conflated? And what for you is public safety? And we can start with either Erin or Amanda.
I'll start because I was running late, guys, and Marbury had a text me, so I got distracted. So thank you, Amanda, for starting the other questions before. I to be honest, got distracted because I was thinking about this question and I was kind of going through it. And so when I think of safety, I think safety really is the ability to make mistakes, get help, and be held accountable without punishment. And also the constant development of communities' muscle capacity and cultural consciousness to build structures to sustain those abilities. And my definition of this is really informed by my own experience witnessing the world around me, and also shaped by a deep politic that I have learned and developed over time. That definitely wasn't taught to me in school, but was definitely taught to me by elders and in my community and in movement spaces. And I think in so many ways that safety has been conflated with middle class comfort, because we're really socialized to believe that we should actually in this society be striving towards a world that is middle class and upper class by standards of racial capitalism, which means that we are all implicitly setting goals and having goals be established for us by what is in fact middle class, what is upper class. Like, it's how we define how we go to school, how we learn, how we pick what jobs we have, right? Because that's how we're structured and designed. So it's not surprising, right? And I don't think anyone at this conference, or probably many people at this conference, aren't surprised that we conflate the definition of safety with also the standard of what it means to be middle class, and that we actually benchmark safety by middle class social structures that have way more to do with racial capitalism than actual safety. And so when we break that down, we think, like, what does racial capitalism actually need to propagandize itself, to cultivate a consciousness that we all strive to be middle class by US racial capitalist standards? And so what it needs is, it needs for us to first say that and differentiate ourselves between middle class, upper class, and people who are poor, right? It needs that division. It needs an otherness. It needs us to crave an otherness and to also monetize it. And then it creates this picture of poverty that only talks about lack of safety when you are poor, right? But also individualizes that insecurity. And it actually needs that individualization, right? Because if it actually talked about collective action and retreated from individualization, like, we would have a revolution. And so I think we agree here on this panel, and probably many of you, that the conflation is by design and not by surprise. And so I think there's so many great examples of actually how we see it day to day, but I'm gonna give one set of examples that really just bring to light something I've been thinking about quite a lot. And that is really during COVID, the crisis of racial capitalism and the way that we have devalued the labor of caretaking has become front lines in newspapers, but has never been front lines for the many, many, many caretakers that have been laboring unwaged, unsupported, and unseen, and also devalued. That when we talk about the newspapers now, we see the New York Times that speaks to the white liberal audience. When we see memes, we're seeing white and middle class parents write in every day about how hard it is for them to parent and how stressful it is. I'm a parent too. It has been real, real bad, right? But it has only been during this time that they gave child care tax credits in a meaningful way. It wasn't when activists like Johnny Tillman or Every Mother is a Working Mother Network advocated for it for decades. It wasn't when the greatest multiracial organizing space in the 1960s demanded it. It wasn't when caretakers were divested from in the 1990s through welfare reform and things like the Adoption and Safe Families Act, which violently separated primarily Black children and then paid states for other people to care for our kids. And it wasn't when every single day when caretakers were running around to activate benefits, made deadlines for their shelters, packing belongings in plastic bags, shuttling kids to and from school, being police at schools that police their bodies, and on schedules of 7:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. that doesn't confine and conform with any capitalist job structure that exists. It didn't happen because we didn't actually feel like there was a crisis of safety, or there was a crisis of need, or crisis of security, which is what I think of safety, right? Feeling secure, like you can move forward in your life without feeling like you're in crisis, until we saw the white tears of parents struggling during COVID and it made it to the New York Times. And so we didn't do this because we have a society that demands that we subordinate care work. And that narrative is really important to fueling violence, right? If we subordinate care work and we individualize the responsibility to each other and we don't create a collective consciousness, that is integral to the narrative of public safety that racial capitalism wants. And it is why when you look on the street and you see someone who does not have housing, you say that is their fault. Because we do not have a system that is designed to have an integral and correlated relationship to care for each other. We don't even do it on like the very basic biological space of like, how do you care for your family, right? Like we're definitely not doing on how do you care for your neighbor. And so, you know, that's why I was distracted and why I was late, because I got kind of caught up in this feeling, kind of caught up in the blizzard and the world and the kids around me. And I will bump it over to my very dear sister, Amanda, to continue and keep it moving.
Thank you for every bit of that, Erin. So this question of what does public safety mean? It's one that we pose at the Detroit Justice Center all the time, along with our community and movement partners. So it's been very clear that police have monopolized this conversation on public safety, even though they have been some of the biggest purveyors of unsafety and instability in communities. But for us, it's been really important from the outset of DJC to be holding conversations with people, particularly young people. So in the first year that we opened our doors, we held a youth design workshop where we asked young people in Detroit, how would you spend the $533 million that Wayne County and Dan Gilbert are slated to build to use for a new jail? How would you spend that in a way that would make you feel safe and valued and empowered? And not one of these young people said we need more jails or more police in Detroit. Instead, they had all sorts of ideas. So they had ideas like, let's build a mental health spa. And our minds were kind of blown at this idea. And they had said, that this would be a place where on the first floor you could walk in and you could have individual therapy to talk through whatever was on your heart, whatever is making you anxious. You could go upstairs and have a place for group dialogue. You go up to the roof and just look out on the Detroit River and feel some calm in your spirit. And they had it designed down to what would be the most soothing paint colors on the walls for this building. And they said, one boy said, if I had that much money, I would give it away to my neighbors, because I know that if they feel safe and okay and their needs are met, then I can feel safe and okay. There was a young girl who said, I wish that there were a building where you could go, and if you needed money, like if you really needed money, then you can get it without filling out a lot of paperwork. You could tell she'd been in lines, with parents or caregivers who were filling out a lot of paperwork. They said, fix the water pipes in our schools, pay our teachers, build affordable housing, and have it be accessible for my grandma's wheelchair. It was amazing the way that young people immediately think outside of themselves and are not thinking of anyone as disposable yet. They haven't caught on to the way that society is so ready to discard people. And so those were some of the freedom dreams that were coming out of the voices of young people here in Detroit a few years back. And we lost that fight so far. Dan Gilbert and Wayne County are building that new Wayne County Jail project. But the work continues to shift money out of policing and incarceration and into the neighborhoods hardest hit by violence and incarceration. And so we're trying to move some community reinvestment work forward at the state level this year. But for me, safety comes down to hearing and honoring our clients' freedom dreams. So another example from DJC, we have a client on the west side of Detroit. This is a community organization, a group of organizers who bought up 14 homes around their community center. And they came to us because they wanted to figure out what is a legal mechanism that we could use to keep this neighborhood of 14 homes affordable for generations to come. And they had heard of a land trust, a community land trust. Maybe that would work. And then they said, oh yeah, we have another idea. We want to turn one of these homes into transitional housing for men coming back from prison. And oh yeah, we want to put community solar panels, community-owned solar over the entire neighborhood. And we also want to start a small business corridor full of cooperatively worker-owned cooperative businesses. And to me, that is a freedom dream. And that is the type of vision for community safety that we need. You can hear people, they're combining solutions for reentry housing, climate justice, neighborhood affordability, all in one beautiful, elegant solution. And so it's our work as lawyers to help translate that into reality, not to sit in a think tank and come up with the ideas ourselves, but to really listen deeply, because I think this is one of the myths that we have to get beyond, that we don't know what to do, or that communities don't know how to produce safety. They do it all the time. And so it's about listening to and recognizing those solutions and amplifying them and helping to shore them up. That's some of our work.
Somebody say amen. Thank you both for that. I'm always just so moved by your reflections on that. I want to ask Brandon and also Jocelyn, if you want to weigh in on this question. I think especially this idea of unracialized capitalism. And I know that, Brandon, you've written a lot about the origins of policing being inside of slave patrols, being inside of trying to control early union fights and repressed labor movements. And so in this idea too, that racialized capitalism defines safety as a way to protect capital, to protect wealth. I would love to hear from either of y'all about kind of the history of the politicization of safety to be about protecting capital.
Sure. First, I completely agree with Aaron and Amanda. Thank you for those insights. So I think we need to start by asking who is being kept safe, what they're being kept safe from, and what they're being kept safe to do. In that frame, policing primarily keeps property safe, then property owners, then almost as an afterthought, people who it's convenient to keep safe while protecting property. They're being kept safe from poor people first, and then again, as an afterthought, from physical violence and natural disasters. They're being kept safe to continue enjoying the benefits of wealth and privilege, including that of exploiting people who lack physical security. This framework is similar to how the Luddites looked at industrialization. The technology itself wasn't the entire problem. The problem was that it was being used to cut skilled craftspeople out of the economy to create a class of expendable workers, and to do all of this for the benefit of the factory owners. Rather than benefiting the many, it benefited the few at the expense of the many. Like those early factories, policing in America has always been anti-democratic. The system was built on slave catching and union busting, with other duties tacked on later. The core racism and oppression never left the institution and continues to attract people interested in applying carceral violence against marginalized people. You can't reform that. We are, as James Baldwin remarked, an occupied nation. So when we shift the frame and think about how public safety can be about keeping everyone safe, we can start by asking what it really means to make people safe and secure. What would it mean to protect people from private violence and exploitation, and to make sure they have everything they need to care for and protect themselves? That starts to sound a whole lot like the Black Panthers Party's 10-point program. We want freedom. We want power to determine the destiny of our Black and oppressed communities. We want a full employment for our people. We want an end to robbery by the capitalists of our Black and oppressed communities. We want decent housing. We want decent education. We want completely free healthcare. We want an immediate end to police brutality and murder of Black people. We want an immediate end to all wars of aggression. We want freedom for all Black and oppressed people. We want land, bread, housing, education, clothing, justice, peace, and people's community control of modern technology. What would it take to carry out a plan like that? We have the resources to ensure that everyone is secure in their physical needs. We just need the will to make it so.
Thank you for that. And I really appreciate, I think, there's a history of demands around the same things. And I feel like what you said, the Black Panthers said, is also what Amanda and Aaron said. And so it feels good to hear that, in fact, we have the solutions, right? So how do we actualize them? Thank y'all for that brilliance. So I'm going to move us to a question of violence, which I think, at least for me, as someone who lives in New York and just elected a cop mayor who's talking a lot about violence, and I think this is true in Chicago, it's true across the country, we've seen a backlash to the movement of defund. stand in really kind of the elevation of pro-police, pro-jail political figures. And so really interested in this question of violence. I mean, very often abolition is characterized as avoiding the question of violence. And I'm so happy that Derecka was here yesterday and Patrisse. And the reality is that, in fact, I believe that abolition grapples in a really holistic, radical way with violence, as opposed to treating symptoms of violence or allowing some violence and perpetrating it, but then creating more violence in other areas. It actually asks questions kind of what are the root causes of violence? How do we actually address and end it in the long run? But I think the kind of the word on the street for folks who are critics of abolition is that, in fact, we don't address it, that we avoid it in many ways. And so I'm interested, and I want to start with you, Jocelyn, about how do you think about violence and abolition, both interpersonal violence, but also systemic violence, state violence? How do you think abolition addresses this in your own scholarship, in your own work? How do you think about both the causes of violence and the ways that we can actually end violence?
Thank you for that question. Just like the idea of public safety, thinking about how to address or prevent violence means asking what we mean by violence. And as all three of my co-panelists have just stressed in their previous answers, if we're going to think or rethink something, we have to do that collectively in order to get to new understandings. And so often, the idea of violence, especially as a legal concept, whether it's in our statutes or in how lawyers talk about it, or how the press and our public officials talking about it, thinking they're talking about the law, is an incredibly narrow one. A crime is defined as, quote, violent, or people are defined as, quote, violent, literally stamped on a rap sheet as violent because they have charges or prior convictions that have been labeled as violent. And sometimes when you look at the alleged facts behind a so-called violent crime, they might not actually feel that, quote, violent. Khalif Browder is one tragic example. He's often described as having been charged with stealing a backpack. He was actually charged with a, quote, violent crime for that alleged conduct. But even when so-called violent crime involves real physical harm, which sometimes it does, locating the violence just in that charge or that individual person is an incredibly narrow and harmful way to think about it that then gets echoed in public rhetoric. And it's harmful in a few senses, all of which I think it takes collective working together to get to really understand, of the kind, whether it's from the Black Panthers to the work that Movement for Family Power and the Detroit Justice Center are doing can help us get there. So one way it's harmful is that it ignores the violence being used against a person being charged. The violence of the police officer putting someone in handcuffs, using physical force against them, the violence of just being in the courtroom with handcuffs, surrounded by guns, and then the violence of the cage and the jail and the prison. So that's an important way to start to see violence in different ways. But even then, we're thinking about alleged violence against an individual in opposition to the violence of the state. And one of the most exciting things for me, what's radicalized me about that, thinking with others in an abolitionist sense, even if initially it wasn't labeled that way, is to notice that it's not just an individual standing against the violence of the state. We can see the violence against the individual who's labeled, bringing out more collective understandings of both public safety and violence. So if we stay in the courtroom for a moment, you can see anyone who's been in a criminal courtroom can see the slow structural violence against the families and people who are there to support people who have been charged, who are alienated from the legal language they're watching violence being used against their loved ones at the same time that they're away from their jobs or their kids or whatever it is that helps them feel safe and also stop other forms of violence. And then you can also see, and I do want to sort of start to bring in this positive collective understanding, collective interventions in that moment by groups who are doing things like participatory defense or court watching, sitting there saying, no, we're the people. We think that the state is being violent and that public safety lies in people being free. And then we can start to help underscore and fight back against the slow violence of just the structure of the criminal courthouse itself. Then we can take a broader step back and we can think about how the state uses its resources on the violence of policing, criminal courts, jails, prisons, and carceral alternatives to incarceration, and then the failure to use those resources instead on things that not just make us feel safe, but actually prevent interpersonal harm. Here we just heard Amanda talk about the work in Detroit on the state level, rethinking how those resources are distributed. Last night, we heard Dr. Melina Abdullah from Black Lives Matter LA talk about the People's Budget in LA. I also think about the People's Coalition for Safety and Freedom, which is a national effort to rethink how the state addresses violence on a federal level. These are all collective efforts of hundreds, thousands of people putting input into thinking, where is there violence around me and how is neglect by the state part of that? And how can we think about resources? Another thing abolitionist thinking helps us do is think historically. And I think, again, my co-panelists have already started to touch on this, thinking about the violence of slavery, settler colonialism, the continuities between those practices that people are relatively comfortable, I guess not everybody, labeling as violent, and the practices of the carceral state today, which aren't always labeled as violent in the same way, even if we can trace out those continuities in pretty clear ways. I know the book City of Inmates was name dropped last night, but that's a book that delves into those histories in LA and does so by giving, again, a collective account, a rebel archive of people who resisted that violence, and therefore by resisting it helped us see it and locate it and understand it. And so much of this shifting of the understanding of violence requires collective thought, yes, but collective action, collective resistance that can then lead us to an understanding that really pulls the rug out from the criminal legal system's traditional framing of a lone person standing in front of a judge with a whole apparatus of the state against them, and the system's claim to be addressing or preventing violence in that way.
Thank you so much for that. Brandon?
Yeah, Jocelyn, I completely agree. And I want to pick up on one of your last points. I think we have to start with the country's original sins, genocidal conquest and slavery. Even when there was no more frontier and slavery was formally abolished, the violence continued in new forms. It's evolved into the violence of the carceral system, ICE, exploitation under capitalism, and forever wars. That's a lot of violence. And I think abolition is about the sort of total systemic reconstruction that ends those sorts of violence. But on the interpersonal side of violence, an abolition democracy does a lot to address the root causes of violence. When people are treated with fundamental dignity, when their physical needs are met, when they have a meaningful voice in their community, when they have an education that helps them understand America's true history, as outlined by Professor Kendall Thomas yesterday, and their place in the world, I think those people have a lot more to live for. I think they're more hopeful. That doesn't make interpersonal violence impossible, but it goes a long way to reducing it when people have better ways to meet their needs and change their lives. I don't know all the solutions that people living in that sort of world would come up with for dealing with the interpersonal violence that does arise, but I can be pretty sure it doesn't look like a prison industrial complex.
Thank you so much for that benefit grounding. Amanda?
Yeah, so Mar, thank you so much for asking this question. I have never met an abolitionist who is not so keenly focused on addressing and preventing violence, not a single one. And when I think about violence, I have found it really useful to use a public health framework. I think that organizers, healthcare workers, researchers in the past couple of decades have done a nice job of shifting us away from this idea of violence as being perpetrated by individual wrongdoers or it being a failing of their character, and instead helping us to think about what are the structural forces that cause violence, particularly at the neighborhood level or the community level. And so, there's some great, public health work and organizing going on to help us think about if we want to actually reduce violence, we can be successful by being attuned to the social determinants of health. It's the things that produce health and safety are things like affordable housing, transportation, access to healthy food and water and air, all of these systemic factors that produce, violence. And so some of the best work that I'm most excited about these days is really taking this health-based approach head on. So here in Detroit, we are fortunate to partner with an organization called Detroit Life is Valuable Every Day. And this is one of many in the country, a hospital-based violence intervention program. And so the one here in Detroit was started by an incredible ER physician, Dr. Tolu Shinui, who several years ago was tired of having young people, mostly young Black men, 15 to 34, come into the ER with gunshot wounds. And again, he was patching people up, sending them back home, knowing that they were very likely to be re-injured and back in the ER in a matter of months. And so he decided to instead ask young people, what would we have to do to wrap around you to make sure that this never happens again? How can we make sure that from this point on, you are going to be healthy? And the answers that DLive has been working with young people around has been things like supporting them through their PTSD. So not just the PTSD of being shot, but of growing up in the neighborhoods where they've grown up. They wrap around people and help them find jobs and housing. If any of these young people have legal issues, then they're referred to us. So we have a medical legal partnership with them. And so we can help them to resolve things like warrants for outstanding traffic issues, or to get a driver's license for the first time, or to clear court debt, anything that is keeping them from getting a job on the books. And the really powerful thing that DLive has proven and that other hospital-based violence intervention programs have proven is that if you wrap around people and address trauma in this way, re-injury rates drop dramatically. And so this is a way of actually getting at the root causes of violence by being attuned to what crime survivors really need. And it also helps us to understand that the myth in our minds that crime survivors are mostly middle-class white women is not the case. If we're really talking about supporting people impacted by violence, then that means supporting young Black men in Detroit who are, impacted by violence. It means wrapping around trans folks. And figuring out what do people need? What are the holistic solutions that people need? So what I love about this idea is that it opens up a way to address violence and interrupt cycles of violence and incarceration by investing more deeply in health and public health, because we will certainly not prosecute, cage, and then criminalize our way out of things like violence.
Y'all are so good. I feel like I'm taking furious notes because there's a lot of gems in here. Aaron, do you want to get in on this? Or you good with the next question?
Sure.
I'll bring it.
I love this question because you have to answer it as an abolitionist. So it's a different one every single time. The way I want to say, in the most succinct way possible, is I actually believe everyone in the world is actually focused on ending violence for somebody or something. But abolitionists are concerned with ending violence for everyone, everywhere. And so when I think about abolition, it is an approach to problem solving. It is a political approach to solving the problem of violence. And if it were a shape, I would say it's maybe like a set of concentric circles. So a circle and a circle and a circle and a circle. And it starts in the very center when you start to think about what is a fair society? How do I want to politically organize a society? It starts with question number one, by accepting that in violence, there is at least two sides of the story, right? I would say we think about violence as being really multifaceted. If you start from a political like structure problem solving thinking, only seeing one side of violence, you will only and always be in the camp of solving violence for somebody and some person and not for everyone. And so abolitionists, that is our concern, right? We are concerned about building apparatuses and structures and spaces that actually end violence for everyone. And it's the reason why it's those concentric circles, right? Like, because it starts with people who survived violence, right? This is not a theory that came out of people who hadn't survived violence. It's one that starts with people who survive violence. And then it goes from there. And so in that way, it's not scary, like it's liberating, right? Like, don't you want to be in on a problem solving approach that is committed to ending violence for everyone everywhere and not just for one or two people somewhere? That's the camp I want to be in.
I love it. That feels very inviting. I want to just say two things that I think y'all said that I want to lift up. And one is this idea about how do we de-individualize violence, right? And so this real understanding of the collective nature of violence and of the solution, as you said, Jocelyn. But that just feels so important because I think so often the conversations about violence is about individualized violence and not state violence, violence of poverty, collective violence, right? And that solving for both, that we can't actually solve for safety if we don't define violence. The other thing that I just want to name really quickly is I think a lot about violence and racism. And so there's that Ruth Wilson Gilmore quote that's like, racism actually is state-sanctioned and or extralegal production of vulnerability of premature death. That in the same way we individualize racism, we also individualize violence. And so I think that connection is super helpful in these conversations. But thank y'all for that brilliance. So the next question I think y'all have answered in some ways or alluded to, and I think shifting from defining violence and safety to examples of folks who are doing this work, right? And so what does it actually look like in practice to do that? So I'm curious if y'all can lift up some work that's happening in communities, either your own community or across the country that you've seen, or even globally, that are building new practices, that are preventing harm, reducing harm, that are kind of examples of collective care and or flourishing. And I think about kind of Derecka's quote about kind of maximizing prevention, accountability, and repair. Like, where are you seeing that happen? And what are examples that folks can hear about it so we can kind of make concrete some of these ideas? And that's everyone's gonna answer this. So however y'all want to answer it, go ahead. Cool, Aaron, can you start us off? I'm gonna tap into my law school professor and go ahead and cold call.
It's gonna be like, I've already gone first, so I'm picking somebody else, but I'll do it. So what is happening in communities? I will say, I think everyone on this call or live streaming everywhere should follow immediately an organization called BX Rebirth, Bronx Rebirth, especially if you're a Black person. They really want to center Black people and who is supporting them. And if you are a non-Black person, you can give them all the coins as well. They definitely, we want your money. And what does this organization do, right? This organization is a collective of Black midwives and doulas from the Bronx that have been supporting mamas in the Bronx for forever. They came to form this particular collective because, again, when COVID hit, Black and brown caretakers in the Bronx, like no one could find a diaper. We couldn't find a diaper, right? Like, this is like the perfect example of racial capitalism. Like, you cannot find a diaper. You have this massive multi-billion-dollar industry called Child Protective Services that says that they're there to provide resources and support families and keep children safe. Nowhere to be found. I don't want them to disperse diapers, and also nowhere to be found, right? How did people get their resources, get their food, get their diapers, get their formula? 3 Black women from the Bronx, doulas, midwives, right? Just getting out there, finding PPE, going out there, getting people like sourced and resourced. And we're talking about like 3 Black mamas meeting the needs of about 1,000 people. So since that has happened, they have been able to grow with community support, like really deep community support in the work that they do. They now have like doula mentorship. So doula to doula, like teaching doula, being a doula going forward. And it's a mutual aid model, right? It's not a charitable model. Like, we have to like struggle and get there. This is not easy. There's tension, people fight, like you get mad. And there was a lot of questions about like dealing with the inner space of what is charitable models taught. Then it moves, now they are growing to the space where they are able to like support universal basic income to mamas. So moving from a space where it's like getting out on the street, getting people what they need, not because there is some nonprofit structure or some grant or some other means out there, because this is what people need, right? Like people doing what they need to do. You look at an organization like, everyone should follow Joyce McMillan at JMac for Families, right? She's a Black mother who has been literally changing the landscape of what it means to protect families in New York City. She's out there, she's on the streets, she's rallying against child protective services, keeping families safe, making networks of care for each other. And the reality is, in the past 20 years of her work, this system that has torn families apart and taken children from their homes and communities has been reduced by thousands. And so the previous group was BX Rebirth, REBIRTH. And these are individuals doing it with very little to no money, right? Just building networks of care and building networks of support, building networks of advocacy, and mitigating the harm and violence that's coming forward. And it's actually keeping people safe, right? That's unsurprising because we keep us safe. But it is, I think, inspiring. So I encourage you guys to follow those people. If you're ever like, I'm not sure this will work, right? Like, look around you. It's working every day. Follow these groups, see what they're doing. And then also, you do it, right? Like, we all have to do it. We all have to get into it. And so don't just see the group, be the group too.
I love it. And would you drop Joyce's, shout out to Joyce, is Joyce, Joyce's name and we both in the chat so everyone can see it as well.
Thank you, Erin. I'm happy to shout out some of the work happening in Detroit. So as you were talking, Erin, is making me just think about so much of the deep history in Detroit around, a very long history of mutual aid out of necessity. So We the People of Detroit was holding down water delivery to people across the city and then even as far away as Flint. When you could not trust the water coming out of your taps, or when water was being shut off, as it has to thousands of people in the city of Detroit. And so, I think about organizations like Detroit Black Community Food Security Network that is making sure that there are resilient local food systems, resilient urban farming networks here in the city when, grocery stores left and people still needed to feed themselves. So we have a particularly deep history, and just layers of experience around mutual aid here in the city of Detroit. When I think specifically about people who are doing healing work, restorative justice work, safety work, I think of Detroit Safety Team. So this is an incredible newer organization just in the last several years, and they do a few different things. One, they convene community conversations where they ask people, what does safety mean to you? What would it mean for this to be a safe block or a safe neighborhood? Then they also are training people up to be kind of like safety captains for their neighborhood, to be holding those conversations on a regular basis and to be charged with helping people to keep neighborhoods safe themselves. They also, do a lot of work to keep events safe in the community without a police presence. And so they can be brought in by communities who want to throw like a festival, street festival, and they'll talk with the Detroit Safety Team ahead of time and say, what would it take for this to be a safe space without police? And so sometimes it means things as simple as, we're going to have members of the safety team out holding signs, encouraging drivers not to rush down this block while there are kids out playing on the block. And so then they have been successful in calling off the police and saying, you don't need to patrol this area, during the Afro Future Youth Fest. You don't need to be here. We've got it. And so they're doing some incredible work and laying some groundwork for community-led safety efforts. I think of Detroit Heals Detroit, which is also a newer organization that has been leading youth-led healing hubs, first in person and now virtually. They do it every week where they bring young people together to talk through, just what are they anxious about? What kind of trauma are they working through? And to me, this is the type of thing that will pay off far into the future, having an opportunity that even many adults don't get to be able to talk through, what are they going through? What are things that they would be anxious or depressed about that might lead them to take a, lead them to violence or conflict down the line. They have been doing work as well to get police out of Detroit schools, along with 482 Forward. And they're very clear that it's not just about defunding the Detroit school police. It's also about figuring out how can we create safety by convening students, social workers, teachers, parents, and coming up with proactive safety plans. So they want to get trained in peer-to-peer de-escalation and mediation. They want to have more social workers on staff. So they're thinking very hard about what it'll take to create safety in the absence of police in schools. I think of the Metro Detroit Restorative Justice Network that we helped to launch over the past year. And the idea there was to bring together people from across Detroit who are already doing the work of restorative justice and transformative justice. Maybe it was a teacher in a particular school who was doing this without much support or many resources. And we asked them, what would you need in order to take your work to the next level? And so the idea is just to create a local hub for people who are holding RJ work. So that we can build, we can train each other up in how to facilitate, and then see if we can, build this work to be able to take on more and more serious cases and to start to divert cases out of the criminal punishment system. Finally, I'm inspired by the work in Detroit and elsewhere of designing justice, designing spaces. So this is work that is led by the visionary restorative justice architect, Deanna Van Buren. And with local organizers as well. And she is really pushing us to think about, it's not enough to dismantle laws, or to get, criminal codes off of the books, or even to tear down jails. We actually have to think about what are spaces that would restore and heal. And so she's worked with local organizers to think about, building things like a Center for Wellness and Freedom was the idea down in Atlanta. Restorative justice centers. They're also the architects of our new headquarters that we'll move into later this year, called the Love Building here in Detroit, which is a hub for social justice organizations. So I love, the fact that we can think across disciplines. Architects can be thinking with lawyers and organizers to come up with what are the real, ground up solutions that can help us get at some of these structural factors.
So juicy. Would you also, Amanda, drop some of those in the chat so folks can follow them? Thank you. Jocelyn?
Yeah, I can jump in next. Thank you for all of these resources. I'm gonna, as I talk about some, try to jump them in the, put them in the chat. I'm gonna start out by putting a website that some of you might be familiar with called A Million Experiments. It's put together by Project NIA and Interrupting Criminalization. And it's just describing, some of them are small, some of them have been going on for a long time. Experiments both in mutual aid, alternatives to 911, addressing interpersonal violence both in the moment and preventing it. I really encourage you to explore that website. A lot of those experiments and the ones we've been hearing about are ones that are taking place sort of parallel to the carceral state in a way of living out this other understanding of public safety. And I want to take a moment to name some forms of collective building of communal safety that pushes back against the carceral state, but also does it within the system. New York in the house again. Right now, as some of you may know, there's a hunger strike going on at Rikers Island by people who are incarcerated. Many, but not all of them, are there pre-trial. And by collectively using their bodies and starving themselves, they are getting on the news. And this is inside outside organizing. There's mutual aid on the outside, giving them resources and helping them get the word out. Whether it's the fact that they have mice crawling over their bodies, that they are dying from COVID, or just the fact, also the violence of corrections officers, and in fact, there's been retaliation, or just the violence of what it is to be in a cage during this time. That's inside the system. It's people who are inside cages, and they are collectively showing us that that is not safety. And by working with mutual aid groups on the outside, and by doing this collectively, it's not just one person in a hunger strike, they're showing us how, it's collectively that we get to these other understandings. And, there's a question in the Q&A. I'm sorry, I don't have it right in front of me now. about how we counter some of this narrative of public safety. And I think part of the way we do it is by being a part of or supporting in solidarity efforts with inside the system to amplify those other understandings. Some other examples of ways people are collectively intervening inside the system to show other ways of collective care. One would be community defense campaigns for individuals. Here we have an individual case. I'm thinking in New York City of Survived and Punished New York. I'll throw that in the chat, which engages in collective defense for criminalized survivors, in addition to doing other forms of political education. And when a group gets together, right, it's not just somebody's family. But a group gets together to support somebody with them, and then also to intervene in their case, whether it's a protest outside the court, letters to the court, pushing against the DA and the judges and the system for what they're doing. They're not just helping that individual person, although that's something I'd love to talk about, the experience for that person. For our purposes, they're also modeling collective care. It is a form of mutual aid, and it's showing us that in the face of the violence of the state, there can be other forms of keeping us safe. And wait a minute, it sure would be a lot easier if we didn't have the carceral state there to prevent that support and community care from happening. At Brooklyn Law School, where I work, parallel, there's the Survivors Justice Project, in which criminalized survivors, some are inside, some are outside, are working together under a new law in New York working with criminalized survivors who are in state prison to try to gain their release through a new law. And again, on the one hand, that's lawyering and mitigation and things inside the state. On the other hand, it is this group of criminalized survivors, they're all women, who are collectively showing to judges and to the public that what's a pretty narrow set of legal rules can be thought of collectively in a way that shifts our understanding of what safety can be. I'm thinking of court watching. In New York City, Court Watch NYC has been revitalized during COVID, and now that they're in courtrooms. It starts with sitting in courtrooms. You're walking into this place, not of alternative community care, but of violence that I was talking about before, but through the collective presence inside the courtroom, through political education of the people doing it, and through coalition work. They're giving a concrete counter narrative to this idea rising in New York City right now that we need more police and prosecution to promote safety. Another kind of intervention would be bail funds or bailouts, in which people are putting money into the system, right? On the one hand, that might not seem that radical, but when it's done with a spirit of collective care, when it's done by people who don't even know this person, they're strangers, but they're doing it because of a sense that their public safety, their safety is bound up in the caging of this person. Well, that's mutual aid. That's living out a different understanding of collective care. So I can put some more links into the chat for some of those things. But I want us to remember that it's not just outside of the system. We can, inside the system, we can see people collectively living out these other ways to keep each other safe.
I love that. And thank you. I feel like as this being a law symposium, it feels so important to name that there are ways to use legal tactics that if they're done with community to build power in a space that's really about collective power, that are also really helpful to kind of just put cracks inside this system. So thank you for that. Y'all just got a wealth, a waterfall, a deluge of amazing resources. And I know that folks who are attending have other ones. And so I want to encourage you to also put it in the chat. If there's organizations that you know of that you're repping, I think all of us learn so much from seeing how folks are actualizing this and that it's happening, that this is not just kind of an idea, that folks who are on the ground are doing this every day. So thank y'all for sharing. I want to, again, encourage folks in the chat to also, I like a live chat. I can do it. I'm like learning how to multitask with it. I'm enjoying it. So please do put it in the chat. We have one more kind of official question, although I have some in my back pocket if we have time, but want to also encourage folks to ask questions in the Q&A. We will get to them. I really want us to be as interactive as possible since we can't share space together. So please use the Q&A or the chat box if you have any questions you want the panelists to answer. So the last question for y'all before we go to the Q&A is around accountability. And I think it was Aaron who said that, for you, part of safety is about accountability without punishment and without violence. And so really curious for folks to talk a bit about what accountability really means to them and some promising practices of accountability that either they are seeing in their organizations that they're working inside of, in their work, or even personally, that's been helpful. And I'm not gonna say Aaron because that would be unfair because Aaron's gone first 3 times. So everyone else should just, in the name of collective chaos, should keep that in mind. I saw Brandon off of mute though. Go ahead, Brandon.
Sure, I'll jump in. So the question, what are the ongoing practices of accountability that I find most promising? So on the government's end, nothing, okay? Police are utterly unaccountable and backed up by apologists who will even try to blame abolition for the problems that were already in the system. I know Jocelyn's probably going to get into this in a minute, but Eric Adams tried to blame bail reform for the shooting of a police officer. Then the New York Times buried that fact. Essentially, the bail reform was entirely unaffected by the recent reforms. 8 paragraphs deep in the coverage. They're not even trying to hold the police accountable, attacking the folks who are, and working against anything more serious than a few training classes for cops. All the implicit bias and de-escalation training in the world won't do a thing when police forces are full of officers who are attracted by the opportunity to apply state violence against Black and brown people. I know we do a lot of work trying to convince people to understand systemic racism and how it applies to policing, but it's important that we remember that there are a lot of racist cops too. Reforming the institution can't work because so many of the people involved are unreformable. And replacing the bad actors can't work because the institution itself is rotten. So you really just have to tear it out root and branch and do something different. Now, occasionally you see a story where the community bands together and de-arrest someone. That's some self-help accountability. We're seeing more citizens willing to stand up and film police, and that's at least making accountability theoretically possible. But it took burning down a police station to get enough momentum for one conviction in George Floyd's murder. It's going to take a lot more than that to even approach accountability. And we're starting to see, at least from my work, a few judicial appointments that might be promising, but having a few more judges who have worked as public defenders or movement lawyers isn't going to be enough until we have some major change at the Supreme Court. If we can sustain this pattern and get away from just appointing prosecutors as judges, and that's at all levels of the judiciary, maybe that can build into accountability over time. But accountability is going to require truth-telling and justice, abolition remedies, and reparations in both economic and political power.
You sound optimistic at the end, but yes to reparations. Thank you for that. Amanda?
Sure. So before going into this, I want to lift up for those who are on YouTube and who can't see the chat, there are some awesome resources being dropped in the chat. Thank you, Andrea Ritchie, interruptingcriminalization.com, inournamesnetwork.com, transformharm.org, creativeinterventions.org, and accountablecommunities.org. These are websites that just have incredible resources for people who want to try things like accountability circles, restorative processes, conflict mediation, other things. There's just so many toolkits and resources out there. So in terms of what has felt promising or exciting to me in terms of accountability work, it's actually work that we have been trying to do internally at the Detroit Justice Center. So we have, we're kind of midway through a 9-month process of being trained to use restorative practices and restorative conversations among our staff team. And so, what we wanted to do was to model the world internally that we were fighting for externally and figure out ways to really call people in and to address conflict in ways that would restore relationships if possible. And so this has been beautifully useful work. Right now, we're still kind of in the process of being trained to use a restorative circle space as a way of building relationships and deepening our relationships and, starting to be able to exercise this muscle before we really, really need it. But it's already changing, I think, the quality of our relationships and the quality of the way that we listen and that we talk to each other. So for those who haven't been in a circle process before, you are passing a talking stick or some other object that means that that person is the one who is talking. And then you pass it to the next person and you're honoring that person with your attention. And it's been really nice practice for attorneys who are often listening to respond or crafting, the counterpoints in a debate. And instead, what is happening is we are just listening to listen and listening to honor each other's experiences. And it's really, I think, started to shift the way that we are talking to each other and communicating with each other. So I would encourage people, wherever you are, if you're in an organization or a collective or a group of people, to do some of this work internally and start to build this muscle as much as you can. And there are people out there, again, there are these resources out there who can help you build this skill. And there are really talented restorative justice and transformative justice practitioners who can help you to just start to live out this practice.
I think, oh, sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
So I think one of the most effective or ongoing practices of accountability I find promising is like really being honest about the journey of accountability, and that it's a lifelong practice. And then like it's sometimes really hard and really painful, right? And it often does feel like swimming upstream. And I think for so many people who are marginalized in this world, like purposely, like we're purposely marginalized, right? To swim upstream again for another thing doesn't feel like the thing that we want to do. And so I think one practice is just having like, even an accountability buddy, is just like, hey, like, we got to try this again. And that's just a good reminder, like we're imperfect people. And so building an accountability practice might just mean having someone that can check in with you when we don't feel like being and practicing accountability. And so with that, I also think like experimentation is really helpful. Some practical things that people can do in our organization. We've been like working and building out with different emotional resiliency spaces in our organization. We have someone that works with me and my partner, someone that works with every staff person, someone that comes in the middle. We also have someone who mediates conflict within space and movement spaces, right? And that's actually a pretty big financial commitment that like I've never seen a donor be like, can I fund your emotional resiliency space, right? Like it's like, and then if you're in a position of privilege to say that these things are actually a part of building accountability to people who with money, always saying that so more people can have access and be experimenting with that. I remember very early in knowing Andrea Ritchie, we were at a mediation training together, and I was like, I don't know how to do this. She's like, you probably are the one that needs to do the mediation training then. And I thought it was really like, she may not remember that memory, but I like think about that all the time, right? Like, and constantly working on educating myself in those skills. I don't self-identify as a healer. I don't self-identify, but that doesn't mean that I don't have an obligation to learn skills that are healing. And I think especially lawyers, we like to opt out of building those skills. They're like, that's not us. Those are those other people, right? We cannot do that. I think also as a practical just thing to think of, like any organization that you're in, and I mean organization being like more than one person coming together to work on a goal. So whether that's like your club or your study group or your mutual aid or your church group, experiment with different decision-making models that are non-hierarchical. I think I spent a lot of time just going into spaces, filling in leadership roles that were already predetermined and carved out based on structures that I actually don't believe in. So I did not learn decentralized models of leadership. I'm learning it. I think about decentralized models, collective spoke structures, caucusing structures. And if those are new words for you, just Google them. And like, there's cool pictures out there. There's YouTube videos. Like, you don't have to be an expert. Just like watch a couple YouTube videos for 5 minutes and try it. Like, you don't have to like be an expert in it. Like, watch it on your phone one day and be like, okay, well, I'm gonna this cool picture. Like, what could I try with my friends that is a little bit less of a hierarchy? I will also say, like, transformational in my life is like reading Mia Mingus and learning how to apologize and the steps of an apology. And that is a part of how I parent. Like my kids, they're like, And I apologize, like this is a little automaton, we're not there yet, but that is important. And again, back to why we're abolitionists is that we never think about the interpersonal and the structural separately. So in this, so I want to shift also, these are all these practices we can do, but also we must demand reparations, right? Like we can't say I've learned how to apologize and also in a world where the state and these horrible systems are not doing their responsibility to repair, right? And I just want to be super clear and like go to the reparations toolkit for Movement for Black Lives. It's amazing. Really thinking about the ways that you want the state, if you want a state to redistribute material needs to people, I think it's very difficult to be in the space to practice accountability when your material needs aren't met. Like, and so again, when we're approaching problem solving, we really have to think about those aspects together and thinking about practical steps towards accountability.
Thank you so much, Erin. Jocelyn?
Thanks so much. I'm gonna maybe try to just quickly connect where Brandon started us with the state, although not the judiciary. I don't really have much hope there. And just everyday skills of listening and being in community with people around you. And just note how connected those two things are. So as scary as what's happening in New York City is, our mayor literally declared battle against Black and Brown people this week. If, you know, when I look at my elected officials, I actually have a city councilwoman, a state assemblywoman, and a state senator, all of whom have said this week, who have spoken out this week against the mayor's battle and said we should be funding ways outside of the legal system to help people. And so that's great. And I do appreciate all three of those leaders, but why are they saying those things? They're saying those things, you know, within the state apparatus, because for decades, if not centuries, people have been engaging in these day-to-day skills that Erin was just laying out for us. Then they've created systems of accountability. You know, 60, 70 years ago, Black feminists were getting together and thinking really deeply about how to engage in collective care. And then over recent decades throughout New York City, people have been preventing violence, engaging in restorative justice in ways that now fancy people with degrees are saying, haha, we've measured it. It turns out this prevents violence. And now my elected officials, besides my mayor, have been listening to coalitions that have been organizing for decades and decades and decades, member-based organizations that now are in coalition and are in the faces of elected officials and getting them elected. And so now there is a counter against the mayor. I'm not saying it's winning. I don't think it is. I think we're in an ideological battle over the meaning of public safety and that it's on. And this everyday practice of listening and being in community and thinking about how to collectively care for each other by looking at other models and by looking to history is how we also get to that ideological battle within the state.
I love it. I think a lot of the Adrienne Brown, kind of the small is big. Like how do we take it to scale? Thank y'all for that. This is so juicy. I'm gonna go to the Q&A, but I also want to encourage folks, if there are other questions you want to ask, go ahead and ask them. But we have a question, I'll just read it. It's undeniable that the state perpetuates violence via police and prisons. What do we say to people who are less concerned about this violence because they think it's justified retribution? Many think of the state as it has a monopoly on legitimate violence and thus aren't particularly concerned when it's meted out against those who commit violence themselves. So I'd be curious folks' thought on this. Yeah. I'll also say, just as folks are thinking, all of these resources that are in the chat box, and they are still coming, so shout out to y'all, will also be on YouTube and Twitter, so folks can access them there. But thank y'all for the collective brilliance, and shout out to the organizers who are across all the platforms. But yeah, Justin, were you gonna go?
Sure, I'm happy to jump in. I know I just spoke. What I like about this question is it's asking about, you know, this person, hypothetical, or someone, maybe someone we all know, who concedes that punishment is violence and who concedes that policing is violence, but who says, well, that's legitimate. Legitimate maybe because the law allows it, which it does, or legitimate maybe in some sense that, you know, we've decided that this is the state we want to live under or the world we want to live in together. And I do think it's important to separate that. Is it legitimate because the law allows it, or is it legitimate because we think it should be legitimate? Of course, those two are related. In terms of because the law allows it, well, the law doesn't have to be that way. And so figuring out ways to unsettle what the law is, point out alternative visions, or even take a term like violence, which, as we talked about, is literally in statutes, and flip it on its head and redefine it is one way to get at it. Sorry, the snowplows just got louder, but hopefully you can hear me. But if we're thinking of, is that what we want legitimate violence to be? I think it's not taking it as a given that it's legitimate, and asking people again to engage in just the kinds of exercises that we started with, or that we talked about together, and to really question why it is that we think that violence is legitimate. And I think everything I just said is already implied in the question, but I think when we ask it that way, then what to say to someone, I think, is not a lecture about how it's illegitimate, but asking questions, much like we started this panel by asking what keeps us safe and asking questions collectively. So if that can be not just a one-on-one, but a conversation, all the better. Like, you know, that's a great question. How would you feel about talking with, again, I'm just thinking in neighbor senses, like with the folks down the hall, or with our friends, or, you know, someone else is at the lunch table. Oh, you know, we were just talking about violence and what's legitimate for a state to be violent or not. And opening it up as a question and listening is maybe a way to start to say that it doesn't have to be that way.
Thank you for that. Go ahead, Brandon.
Yeah, I completely agree with Jocelyn. So, and now I'm going to name drop for a moment. So part of my negotiations with W&L, right? Like, hey, we want you to be a professor. I said, hey, look, only way I'm going to be a professor here is if you invite me to this commencement speaker dinner with Brian Stevenson. Okay, he was the commencement speaker, and I said, I need to go to dinner with him because I want to talk to him. All right. So I talked about this idea about law and whether or not law is legitimate. And, you know, and I was like, I have this great idea, you know, and look about the 13th Amendment. And he's like, oh, you know, great idea. But he goes, Brandon, you know, I dream of a world where we abolish crime completely. He said, I dream of that world. That's the world I think we all should be working towards. And then we got in a detailed conversation. He reminded me throughout this conversation, he goes, what makes anything legitimate, especially law? What makes it legitimate, right? We're talking about retribution as a punishing philosophy. What makes that legitimate? And then he said, think about this for a moment. And I keep conveying this to my students, that in our history, who created the law were white men. Who interpret the law were white men. So every time in my class, I put up a picture of the justice so they know who's interpreting the law. We never had a Supreme Court with all women, with majority minority. We never had a legislator that reflected that. And so is the law legitimate? I think that is an important question that Jocelyn's raising.
Thank you for that. Amen to us not assuming the legitimacy of the law. Just let me say, as movement lawyer. Amanda, Annie, y'all want to get in on this one?
Sure. I think it's been beautifully covered. And I love, Jocelyn, too, how you're saying, well, respond to this less with answers and more with questions. And so you can start to get at, you know, what's behind this question, and where could it become a conversation or a discussion? You know, the one thing that comes to mind is, you know, many people have said this, many abolitionists have had this insight of, you know, people do not come into violence for the first time by committing it. And so there's always something, some experience, some, you know, structural factors that have, you know, produced this violence. And so that is where I often like to start this conversation, is to help people think about and understand the ways that, you know, yes, the state has, and all of us have deeply invested in violence and in people's demise. You know, the $80 billion is the total cost of, you know, prison spending in the US each year. But when you total up the costs on other systems like the foster care system, housing system, all of this is $1.2 trillion. That's $1.2 trillion invested in community's demise. And so, I think it's worth kind of bringing in this context here of thinking about what would it take to shift and actually invest in people's well-being. And so thinking about the role of the state in producing this type of violence as it's then justifying its own retribution against that violence.
Thank you, Amanda. Anna, you want to go?
Yeah, I'll just add to what everyone said, say yes. And I guess I've been reading this question the whole time since Vishnu put it in the chat. And all I could think of is like, I'd probably just give that person a hug. I'd be like, who hurt you? Like, what happened, right? Like, why, like, what happened that like you feel like punishing people feels right to you, like in your body, And from an organizing thinking perspective, like, I don't know if that person can be moved and if I would say something, if I'm being honest. Like, there are some people that are maybe not movable, that maybe more need the structure underneath them to change and then to start experiencing a different life. And so I also say to people, like, it is an option to listen and think like, is this person gonna shift? Or do they actually just need, or do I listen and think about how do I make my organizing stronger so that the world is so different that they can't even ask that question anymore? So and to what everyone said, plus this is another option for some people.
I love that. There's two more questions. One quick thought, just based on what y'all said, which I feel inspired to say is, I think it also is too, if you ask you about their brothers or their sisters or their children, what is legitimate violence shifts drastically. And so this idea too of like how active and how violent the state can be when it's all families looks really different when it's not people who folks don't identify with. And so I think also asking folks about how they want people in their family who committed harm to be dealt with is sometimes a way into having an honest conversation as well. So those two more. I want to end with this rest one because it's good and it's I think important. So we're going to go to this question about one of the panelists mentioned slowness to arrest in connection with the killing of George Floyd as a lack of accountability. What do you say to people, even some who identify as abolitionists, who call for arrest in response to racist police violence? Those are my favorite kinds of abolitionists. So I'm excited for this answer. Anyone want to take this? And again, this is for abolitionists who call for arrest in response to racist police violence. And I can also, I'll read the other one too, because I can see folks percolating on this one, which is when trying to bring people into the defund the police movement, I often encounter resistance to the efficacy of community safety initiatives, especially in the face of quote unquote violent crime. And so de-escalation, training, pod mapping, et cetera. What do panelists suggest as a next step?
I've already gone twice, y'all. Y'all gotta step in and go first.
I'll jump in again. I'm giving this thought. I'm in deep thought right now about this idea about abolitionists calling for the arrest of George Floyd murders, and are they an abolitionist? Why do you want someone to be arrested and then sentenced for an extraordinary amount of time in prisons that we all are saying we need to get rid of? And I understand that question, but it reminds me of Latasha Harlins, who was a 14-year-old girl who was shot and killed in a store. She was trying to buy orange juice. And, and that video surfaced essentially. And then you had subsequently, Rodney King simultaneously with that. And then you had the uprising in LA. And I think part of the answer is, I think abolitionists, you gotta, do something in part because maybe they're exhausted. Maybe they're absolutely exhausted in seeing Black people murdered and no response, okay? So maybe there's I'm exhausted and I need that person to go somewhere, all right? I don't know where that looks like yet because I don't believe in prisons or whatever the case may be. But I think that's part of it is you constantly see Black people dehumanized. You see this police, when Black people are trying to peacefully protest, you see the counter protesters wearing badges, right? And drawing weapons and these military style weapons. You're seeing laws passed in all states that say, hey, look, if you protest and you stop the street, go ahead and run these people over. It's so much violence. And I think people are just exhausted.
I think this question really attaches well to the question that we started off with, which was, what do you say to people who want people to be punished, right? When something really bad happens. And I think, again, back to what I was saying before, everybody cares about violence. Like, everybody does. It's a unifying factor. That's why it's such a really effective public narrative. And I think for abolitionists, we often really care about when police are killing Black people, right? So you're hitting one of the core spaces that we care about. And as human beings, like, we are taught to punish. And that doesn't eliminate because you have a politic, right? Like, that's a place for accountability to come in. And that's a place, when we go back to the other questions of how do you build accountability, like, it's a perfect closeout question. It's like, see all these other answers to get to this answer, right? I think differently than how I answered the question before, which is like, maybe this person is movable, maybe they're not. I think there's a responsibility in a community of abolitionists to, like, really be more engaged with the politic and the conversation, to really practice accountability, to really have conversations about, like, well, what is this politic really demanding? Because it is painful, and we are taught so deeply, not on a webinar, not in our politic. You know, if you catch me on the streets, like, you're not going to see me with these answers all the time, right? Like, you're going to be like, she has such a nice set of answers on that thing, and, like, she acting wild right now. Yes, that is true, right? And I think when we call for the arrests and for racist police violence, while we are calling for the total dismantling of the apparatus that would allow people to arrest, that is fundamentally incongruent with the politic of abolition, but is congruent to the human experience that desires to punish. And we really have to hold people, we have to hold each other accountable to that. We have to hold conversations and space for that. And we're really not set up to do that in this world. And so we also have to be prepared for that to be difficult, for that to be painful, for that to maybe, like, cause some spaces and friendships and camaraderie, to build space and movement for it to, you know, ebb and flow, and just be prepared, right? Because we're all working on a journey to be free.
Thank you, Erin. So we have 3 minutes left. So I want to just give both of y'all a minute or so to answer this question, which I think is a really important one, or address other questions if you want to. Go ahead, Jocelyn.
Great. So I echo both of those last two answers. I actually want to go back to something Erin said about punishment in general, and that, you know, when someone inflicts harm, it's usually not the first time there's been violence in their life. And she asked the question, you know, who hurt you to make you want punishment right now? I think we can ask that same question here, right? Whether it's individually or collectively, who hurt you to make you want this police officer to be subject to the violence of prison? That's an intense question. We're not talking who in your family hurt you. We're not talking, you know, we're talking about centuries of the state hurting Black people, brown people, Native people, poor people, people who are labeled as not white in different ways or different in different ways. And if we're talking about centuries of who hurt you to want this, then it takes a lot of work to unpack that and get there. And so I think, for me, one step to getting to a place where we don't think that putting police officers in cages is the answer, is to get to that, you know, who hurt you, who hurt us, what is the history of harm that brought us to this moment where we think punishment is the answer. And maybe it's the teacher in me that's always wanting to ask questions instead of give answers. But that, in my way, it is the answer to being able to collectively get to a place where we say, wait a minute, that's not actually going to prevent the next George Floyd from being killed. It's something else that will.
Thank you. Amanda?
Yeah, I think to just build and to sum up, I mean, I think it comes back to, particularly in coalition spaces within movements, coming back to training our imaginations for something else. Because, you know, just like the way that Jocelyn was saying, we are so trained to, you know, default to punishment or to other things. You know, it's like there are always going to be solutions on offer. Like, okay, who are we going to arrest? who are we going to prosecute? And the system's going to keep coming with that solution. And so I think it really does take us continuously training our imaginations and being in community and saying, is that going to get us to this North Star that we have set for ourselves? If not, let's think about 10 other things that we could be putting our energy into right now, because there are always going to be people who are calling for that. But what could we do within this coalition space or within this movement to help expand our imaginations and push for something more liberatory?
I love it. I love ending on the question like, but will that get us free? As a way to think about this. So I want to thank y'all. This was an amazing panel. I think moving from a very kind of anemic vision of safety to one that's much more holistic, that actually holds us and what's possible for us. So thank y'all. Thank you for your work and your love and your grace. So grateful.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thanks for all the student organizers for this work. Y'all did an amazing job. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. And thank you so much, Marbury, for moderating this wonderful and insightful panel. Something that will stay with me is Amanda Alexander's comment that people do not come into violence first by committing it. Brandon Hasbrook took us through the history of policing in our country so we could critically question how public safety is viewed today. And all of the panelists, including Amanda, Aaron, and Jocelyn, shared resources of groups who are keeping our community safe and building power inside and outside of the legal system. You can find those links in the chat or on social media. We'll now take a short break and come back in 20 minutes for a panel on the global move toward abolition.
Just about the braids in housing forms. Tell me what set you free, oh yeah. Yeah, showing what it means to be a part of something. Just to knowing we can do it our way. Oh, my way. 'Cause when it comes to being about us, I'm black. Georgia women got the melanin dripping. L-O-N-D-O-N, city girl living in the back, looking like fire chili pepper. Yoruba girl tougher than imperial leather. He was getting bitter while she was getting better. Diamonds are forever. Miss Sierra Leone looking like a gem. Works hard in the week, party on the weekend. Know you wanna live when no one watching how you spend. Got a thing for the finer things and the finer men. Miss Tanzania, she a do or die. Says she wanna know more about the Sukuma tribe. We hit the zoo, once wasn't enough. Got an ocean full of knowledge, you could scuba dive. Miss Ethiopia can play so jazzy. They sit you down to school, you on Selassie. Tell them you're nothing without a woman, no. Woman to woman, I just wanna see you glow. Tell them what's up. Honeys, know you repping for your country. Sun kissing your brown skin, looking like money. Says she focusing on being an accountant. When you have beauty and brains, they find it astounding. Why? She been getting it on her own, nigga. Self-made, ain't nobody doing gold digger. Now, Miss India always speaks with her chest. Got respect from her people cause she leads them the best. Real life queen in the flesh. Know the crown get heavy, still the bees on your head. Brooklyn ladies, know you hustle on the daily. Innovative just like Donna Summer in the 80s. Your time is seeing you glow now. Intelligence and elegance, show them how. Miss Jamaica understand food for the soul. If she get up in the kitchen, no she throw down. Ain't nothing without a woman, no. Woman to woman, I just wanna see you glow. Tell them what's up. So ahead of time, and you know that you're fine. You're so damn fine, girl. She a gonna girl, calm with it, never let the marijuana fail. Though a sucker for the romance, take you to the homeland. One way, she ain't coming back, nah. All I see is black stars and I friggin' love it, yeah, yeah. Time's up, tell the people that we coming, yeah, yeah. Done being in the shadow, going public, yeah, yeah. Don't know how to bear it, how to stomach, yeah, yeah. Hand over the shit and let us run it, yeah, yeah. All we know is looking clueless, all they know is stare, stare. Ain't nothing without a woman, no. Woman to woman, I just wanna see you glow, glow, glow. You go from 0 to 100 and leave the dust behind. You've got this and lead them with your light. You woman got to woman, I just wanna see you action. Tell us what's up.
You know, Cindy, sometimes, you know, I just look around and I just think of all the things we've gone through, all the great things in life, and all the horrible things that are just the other half of the great things in life. And how you don't really get greatness without sacrifice. You don't get good things without a little bit of pain. And how happiness is the substitute for the emptiness that you can sometimes feel on the other side. And you know, it just reminds me to call you, but then
like leaves on the Mississippi River. Black leaves in the Mississippi fire. Black leaves in the Mississippi choir. Black leaves on the Mississippi land. And we've got garden, we've got sons and daughters, we got grit and glory, we've got money our own pilgrims led. With strength like towers, we've got hope and power. Guide me, coming with an iron hand, raised up in heaven's land.
Something bad is about to happen to me. I don't know what, but I feel it coming. Might be so sad, might leave my nose running. I just hope she don't wanna leave me. Don't you give me up, please. Don't give up on me. I belong with you, only you, baby. Only you, my girl, only you, baby. Only you, darling, only you, baby. Only you, my girl, only you, baby. Only you, darling, only you. Something bad is about to happen to me. Why I feel this way, I don't know, maybe. I think of her so much, it drives me crazy. I just don't want her to leave me. Don't you give me up, please. Don't give up on me. I belong with you, and only you, baby. Only you, my girl, only you, baby. Only you, darling, only you, baby. Only you, my girl, only you, baby. Only you, darling, only you. What if she's fine? It's my mind that's wrong, and I just let bad thoughts linger for far too long. What if she's fine? It's my mind that's wrong, and I just let bad thoughts linger for far too long. Don't you give me up, please. Don't give up on me. I belong with you, and only you, baby. Only you, my girl, only you, baby. Only you, darling, only you, baby. Only you, my girl, only you, baby. Only you, darling, only you.
Oh, how the feels fill the room. I could melt to touch. And all that I ever need is right here between us. You're so cruel. I fade to blue. How did I get so close? Probably God only knows. Saw the signs still ago. Done it all on my own. How did I? Mama told me, don't you never ever give yourself away. But that's just how she flows. How she flows. I always crash, fall down to the truth. More of the same old
the children of Africa. Teaching the children. Oh, da 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 da. La da da da. Oi. Black eye, black hair, black skin, black queen, stand majestic with the black king. Today I'll sing you a black song. You need to hear about beautiful black things. Cause most time we hear about black, we hear about black magic and black witches. Blacklist, black book, black market, Black Friday, you spend off your black riches. I've never seen a doctor in black, nor seen a black pill to cure no black people. But I've seen bush doctors like Tash and Molly resurrect like a real black beetle. Malcolm, Marcus, Martin. When you see Walter Rodney, ask him how you not hear about how we laughing. So when the little offspring asking, tell them they never told us that black is beautiful. They never told us black is beauty. They never told us that black is beautiful. They never told us. They never told us that black is beautiful. You a behave and a go on like you never spent 500 years on a farm. The same chain you a wear and a go on is another black life in Sierra Leone. Boy, them find out Mama Earth got gold then. Them mind out Mama Earth black soul then. You work hard just forget a black card. Same card where you swipe by back your black gold them. Well I see enough faces long, but this is not a racist song. This is a song for the children who was never told about where their race is from. They never hear it in them favorite songs. Everybody calm as say slavery's done. What I go on when the babies come? I start read about things like Dogans, Black Kemet and Kush, Black Kings, Black Senate and books. We teach about pyramids and put real significance to we physical looks. So every word when me sing black, in my world everything black. Black, white, white, black, right back. So don't be surprised if me say me king black. Cause they never told us that black is beautiful. They never told us black is beauty. They never told us that black is beautiful. They never told us. They never told us that black is beautiful. Oh no. Preacher is preaching, good God, the things that he preaches. I wonder who taught him to preach. Teacher is teaching, where did he get his degree? Now it is no mystery. Who taught us black history? He's up.
And the master was the slave. The killer was the victim, and man was God. My nose wide as a Red Sea. Lips full, fillers don't feel me. Soon as my cousin killer's on trial, whoa, family gon' pull up sitting courtside. God sent, they say, we singing la la la. Don't want no vultures on our side, yeah, yeah. Looking black as the Messiah, yeah. We got superpowers. We got superpowers. And my niggas cannot forget that. We got superpowers. We got superpowers.
They say how we get so fly without the wings. Baby childs can see the light in darker things. Wait, now they see our magic. Proudly we imagine days when they can't frown upon our fabric, bob and weave. Been dodging thieves and stolen coaches. I believe in poaching vultures. I believe in open ocean trips. No ship our backstroke from one coast to coast like Aquaman. Got mind control over the lava lamp. That's why my pen leave fire. I retire when my father can. Look up in the sky and see me cloud sitting. It's a bird, it's a plane. No, this power living. I kicked the rainbow yesterday, it let out sour Skittles. I bet Trayvon up in heaven like these my kind of vittles. Armadillo, armor thick, got bulletproof karma, cause I'm innocent of all that they accused me of. Superheroes and sheroes with POs accusing us of moving kilos, still always moving love.
We got superpowers. We got superpowers. And my niggas cannot forget that. We got superpowers. We got superpowers. We got superpowers.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. So I am so thrilled to introduce our next panel of the day, the Global Move Toward Abolition, which focuses on how advocates around the globe have responded to incidents of police violence and mobilized to shrink the size of the carceral system in their own countries. This panel will be moderated by Professor Priscilla Ochen, Professor of Law at Loyola Law School. Professor Ochen, welcome.
Thank you so much, Alana. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you for organizing this space and inviting me to participate. I just want to say a couple of words and then I'll introduce the panel and get the conversation going. So, I think we're having this conversation in the context of global movements and mobilizations, right? And we saw this occurring over the last decade, multiple decades, but especially in 2020. After the murder of George Floyd by Minneapolis police officers, Derek Chauvin and others, and also in the wake of the murder of Breonna Taylor and Ahmaud Arbery and so many countless others over the last few years. In the wake of these murders in 2020, we saw a huge upswell of organizing, of protests, of marching, of demands for shifts in resources, divestment from law enforcement, investment into community safety, and reimagining what safety and accountability looks like in our communities. These uprisings, which constituted the largest mobilization in US history, however, were not limited to the United States. In Nigeria, thousands took to the streets to protest police violence, particularly the violence routinely meted out by the Special Anti-Robbery Squad, which became known as NSARS. In France, organizers held rallies and marches, lifting up the name of Amadou Traoré, a French Black man who, like George Floyd, died from asphyxiation when 3 police officers threw him to the ground face down and put their full weight on top of him. In Brazil, Black Brazilians took to the streets in Rio and Sao Paulo in the wake of the police killing of 14-year-old João Pedro Matros Pinto, and once again to protest police violence and accusing far-right President Bolsonaro of genocide via police violence. In Australia, Aboriginal activists engaged in a protest campaign calling for an end to the police murders of Indigenous peoples, noting that approximately 400 Indigenous people have died at the hands of Australian police since 1991. And in Uganda, where I was researching the growth of the women's prison population, activists faced down military police to call for an end to police violence and state repression, particularly against members of the LGBTQ population. These protest movements align themselves with the global calling for an end to state and police violence against people of African descent and others, and for a reimagining of safety and accountability. These global alignments and expression of solidarity around abolitionist frameworks, as Alana said, were not new. Instead, they were outgrowths of longstanding and overlapping histories of critique and resistance stemming from anti-colonial movements in Africa, the Caribbean, and Latin America, from Nordic philosophers and thinkers who critiqued violence and co-optation of radical demands for social movements, and many, many more. As was mentioned, this panel, which is entitled Toward an Abolitionist Future, the Global Move Toward Abolition, will examine the global move toward abolition and consider the tensions that occur from this perspective. So I'm briefly going to introduce our panelists in the order that they appear in the program. And so you can look to the program to get a little bit more detail about each of them. So we're joined today in this discussion by Andrea Ritchie, who is a Black lesbian immigrant survivor who has been documenting, organizing, advocating, litigating, and agitating around policing and criminalization of Black women, girls, trans, and gender nonconforming people for the past 3 decades. She's the author of Invisible No More: Police Violence Against Black Women and Women of Color, and the co-author of Say Her Name: Resisting Police Brutality Against Black Women. She's also the co-author of Queer Injustice: The Criminalization of LGBT People in the United States, and the forthcoming No More Police, A Case for Abolition. She's also the co-founder of Interrupting Criminalization, an initiative which she co-founded with Miriam Kaba, as well as In Our Names Network, a network of over 20 organizations working to end police violence against Black women, girls, trans, and gender nonconforming people. We're also joined by Aya Gruber, who is a professor of law at the University of Colorado School of Law. She's the Ira Rothberger Professor of Constitutional Law and Criminal Justice, and an expert on criminal law, feminist legal theory, violence against women, and critical theory. She is frequently cited for her work in law reviews across the country, and she recently published her first book, which is The Feminist War on Crime: The Unexpected Role of Women's Liberation in Mass Incarceration. Professor Gruber is also a member of the American Law Institute. We're also joined by Heinz Klug, who is the Bascom Professor of Law at the University of Wisconsin Law School and a visiting professor in the School of Law at the University of Witwatersrand. I'm sorry, I cannot pronounce that correctly, in Johannesburg, South Africa. I think they call it WITS for short, right? So I'll say that. He grew up in Durban, South Africa, and participated in the anti-apartheid struggle, spent 11 years in exile, and returned to South Africa in 1990 as a member of the ANC Land Commission and researcher for Zola Soyinka, who was the chairperson of the ANC Constitutional Committee. He's the author of Constituting Democracy and the Constitution of South Africa, a contextual analysis. Lastly, we're joined by Sandy Hudson, who is a student at UCLA studying critical race theory, the co-founder of BLM, one of the co-founders of BLM Canada. Sandy also helped to found the Black Legal Action Center, a specialty legal aid clinic which provides direct legal services and test case litigation for Black communities in Ontario, Canada. So welcome to you all. So first, I want to start with a question that's initially directed toward Heinz and Sandy, and then I'll open it up to the rest of the panel. So Heinz and Sandy, I want to ask you all about your perspective on the ways in which global discourses on race, inequality, and power have informed the domestic framework in the United States. So how do you see that exchange occurring from your vantage points of folks who grew up in Canada or South Africa, respectively, and now working, researching, organizing in the United States, as well as in your home country? So I'm wondering if you could give us your perspective on that.
Sure, thank you. I'll take your nod, Heinz, as you go first. Thank you so much for having me and for that question. My perspective really, I think my experience tells me that the way that we talk about indigeneity and decolonization is domestically in the United States is very influenced by a global perspective. It's also, of course, influenced by the atrocious history and genocide of Indigenous people here. But I think in where I'm from, the integration of our movements is far more pronounced. And I remember the first time that I was doing organizing in the United States being very confused about why the activist culture around abolition and around fighting anti-Blackness didn't have a deeper connection to Indigenous communities and Indigenous struggles to decolonize. And for me, that is a big piece that the integration of activist movements between Canada and the United States, that's a big piece of how we're supporting one another. And I think the same can be said in the other direction. There's been a lot of support from activists in the United States to activists in Canada in pushing a culture of resistance that understands anti-Blackness in a deeper way. And I also think just generally, as we talk about abolition and as we are fighting the carceral state and carceral initiatives all over the world, we have to know that those who employ and would use and prefer carceral strategies, they work globally. They train themselves globally. Like right now, there are Canadian soldiers or Canadian police officers, over in the Ukraine training Ukrainian forces that are involved in a neo-Nazi initiatives over there, like police officers, not just our army, our police officers, both federal police and local police from small towns. And that sort of thing happens all over the world. And so I think we also need to be really intentional about sharing our resources, learning from the experiences of people all over the world who are fighting carcerality all over their own local contexts.
Thank you. Heinz, did you want to?
Yes, thank you very much. Firstly, I want to thank the Law Review and the faculty who helped organize this extraordinary event. I've learned so much from yesterday and this morning, and I was a little surprised to be brought in initially just because I unfortunately have not been working specifically in the US in this particular field, but I really welcome the opportunity to participate. So from my perspective, from a global perspective, I want to argue, of course, that the struggle against, first of all, for decolonization, and later the struggle against settler colonialism and apartheid in South Africa is an historic example of an abolitionist movement. And there's some things to immediately learn from that, right? Considering the history of that movement, there are possible lessons for building a movement for abolition, but also concerns. And the most important one, as far as I'm concerned, is assuming that struggles are ever completed. So while formal apartheid was indeed defeated, and Nelson Mandela emerged from prison to become the first democratically elected president of South Africa, the structural inequalities created by apartheid remain a central challenge to the construction of a sustainable and just society over a quarter century later in South Africa. And so even though we had that moment of liberation, the difficulties continue, and the need to mobilize and the need to be organized remains. And post-apartheid South Africa has suffered a number of incidents which raise again the issue, exactly the same issues about the carceral state, the importance of transforming the state itself and not merely trying to just deal with some of the historical elements from the past. Specifically in South Africa, there was the Marikana massacre, in which post-apartheid police opened fire on miners who were demonstrating and killed over 30 miners, to the shock of all of us that could imagine this happening in a so-called liberated South Africa. The xenophobia that continues among our own people and among ourselves against other Africans who've immigrated to South Africa as refugees. And it's particularly personal in the sense that I was a refugee in Botswana and spent many years as an exile and refugee in Southern Africa, and supported by the people of the region who took enormous amount of pain from the aggression of apartheid South Africa against their countries on our behalf. And yet, when we look around today and see these attitudes in South Africa, that is a disappointment. But the essential issue is, of course, to learn from these histories and to see how we can address the present in those forms. And so I'll talk a bit more later about more specifically in relation to the US. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to ask if Aya or Andrew, if you want to add anything to the conversation about sort of the way in which these global discourses are informing the domestic conversation, domestic mobilization and movement building around abolition.
I'd love to jump in just to pick up on the last two presentations. I mean, my work over the past 20 years has primarily taken place in the US, but prior to that was organizing in Canada for at least a decade around issues around policing and still in solidarity. And also have roots in Jamaica as a first generation immigrant. I've been part of global solidarity struggles, and I share a lot of some of what Sandra mentioned in terms of how, when coming from Canada here, you actually see the constriction of the worldview, right? You see how literally people are just in this silo. And I think even it happened in the way that this summer's uprising was framed among even organizers in the US as somehow it's incidents and police violence in the US that are sparking global abolitionist thinking and organizing, which feels like this very exceptionalist and US centric framing. You know, and it's true that, you know, slavery, racial terrorism, police violence in the US throughout history have inspired solidarity actions in other places. I mean, I was part of one in Toronto around Rodney King, but we were most definitively already organizing around police killing of a Native man named Dudley George. And I write more in Invisible No More about how in the 90s, Black women in Toronto were organizing around shooting and strip searches of Black women there long before it became part of a conversation in the US. And so, and what I see now in terms of organizing in Canada is around homegrown instances of police violence. Not, I mean, people are outraged about George Floyd and seeing the continuum, but they're not solely focused on that. I think that's really important. The same with Nigeria, as you mentioned, and Uganda, and South Africa, and Jamaica. So I think we need to think about it. Yes, given the cultural dominance of the US in the world, police violence here, sort of these spectacular acts can breathe air into a global conversation and bring attention to ongoing and long-standing fights against police violence elsewhere. And so there's opportunities for global solidarity and resonance and messaging like Black Lives Matter to travel and solidarities, but it's very much about organizing around local conditions and cases and demands and thinking about what we can learn from that. And I just wanted to lift up that as someone who was part of anti-apartheid, divestment, solidarity, South African freedom struggles in the US in the 80s and 90s, that shaped my understanding of police as a source of violence, not safety. I mean, my own experience did, my community experience did, but that's really where it was politicized for me. And the strategies that focus on starving violent state institutions of resources, whether it's government aid or corporate investment or cultural capital, I learned those from South African organizers. I learned those from Palestinian freedom fighters and BDS movements. And so, and all the lessons that Hans was just describing around what happens in post-colonial struggles, you know, has shaped my abolitionist thinking and practice. You know, when we are in power, first of all, how do we conceptualize the we? And as we were just saying, you can have 100% Black police force and they can be 100% as violent, right? And so I just really hope we can think more about that, because I see us missing so much and being so far behind often in the US because of this very narrow view. And, you know, when I hear people say not what you said, which is this past summer was the largest uprising in US history, but I've heard people say it was the largest uprising in history. And I just every time want to scream that, you know, you are erasing Black freedom fighters in South Africa. You are erasing Black anti-apartheid you are erasing an entire continent of South Asian people who had more people out in a day through anti-colonial struggles for decades. And also last summer as part of the farmers uprising than we've ever had out here. So it's also, we're just missing opportunities to understand what mass movements are and mean by being so focused on the US as the center. So clearly I have a lot of energy around this and really wanted to share it and just pick up on the things that were just said.
Thank you. And I want to ask you a question about something that Andrew was just saying, and I apologize about my dog in the background. I'm not trying to police her expression. One of the things that Andrea just said was, we have this sort of silo mentality about policing and state violence in the US, and that often exceptionalizes our experience and erases the experiences of folks across the world. One of the things I want to discuss is the way in which states and state systems don't silo, right? In which these tactics of subordination, tactics of police repression travel across borders. So, right, we have the Israeli police and military training law enforcement here in the United States regarding counterinsurgency. We have sharing of systems of surveillance in terms of cyber attacks and so on from the state toward folks who are organizing and mobilizing against state violence. And we also have some of the things that you described in terms of feminist movements and discourses regarding saving women, right, in terms of the US military and so on. And so I want to sort of ask this question to you based on the work that you've done, interrogating how feminists align themselves with carceral strategies of policing, strategies of militarism. I wonder if you can sort of talk about how those insights might be useful in terms of identifying common strategies of subordination and repression that are driven through policing and through the co-optation of discourses like feminism. So I'll pass that to you, Aya.
Thank you so much for that question. And just first, I want to say, Ngozi, Jamelia, Hope, and Alana, what a program. I was tuning in on YouTube yesterday, and I'm just in awe of the energy and the radical love and just the organization that is here. And just so thank you. So thank you. I'm very humbled to be a part of this amazing panel. I'm a super fan of Andrew Ritchie, so this is a real treat for me. So I'm really glad you asked that question, because I was thinking not about the US absorbing the lessons of other countries, because we never do that. I was thinking about the transplantation of United Statesian legal consciousness. So this is kind of a very twale way of looking at it, but over the past few years, lawmakers and feminist activists from the United States have really created a system of pressure on other countries, especially the most vulnerable countries, to enlighten their legal systems, right? To bring them into the modern world. And what is this through? It's actually through carcerality, whether it is ensuring that criminal systems don't tolerate misogyny, or ensuring rule of law programs to make sure that they're adversarial and therefore allow plea bargaining. This has been a transplantation of US law and legal consciousness. And I've seen it pretty clearly with the exportation of the Me Too movement, where in recent years, I've been on a lot of international panels and in a lot of international conversations as a rape law scholar. And, I hear all these lawmakers saying, hey, we're about to adopt affirmative consent. We're about to criminalize sexual harassment. We've got a new domestic violence law. So it's this carceral, exportation that we've had. So consider these statistics, right? We all know about the precipitous growth of the US prison population from the 80s until 2008, where it really peaked and then leveled off at these ridiculously high rates. So let me give you some rates of incarceration per 100,000 people in other countries. Okay, take India, for example. In 1993, there were 21 incarcerated people per 100,000. By 2018, that had risen by about 65% to 34 people per 100,000. In France in 1990, there were 66 people per 100,000 incarcerated. Now there are 119. In Italy, there were 45 per 100,000 incarcerated in 1990, and today there are 78 per 100,000. In England in 1990, it was 90 per 100,000 people. Today, it is 140. In Australia, it was 84 per 100,000 people in 1990. And today it has more than doubled to 172 people per 100,000. And if you're wondering about our statistics in terms of rates, in 1970, it was 151 per 100,000, 1980, 220 per 100,000, 1990, 457. At the peak in 2008, 683 people per 100,000, and now 642. So that's about 6 times the rate of India. It turns out, when you look at this pattern, this just pattern that goes up and up, mass incarceration is contagious, and the US has been the #1 super spreader. And I've looked at this repeat pattern where what is called American feminism, but really is this very specific version of feminism that caught the imagination of the powerful. And look at how it's been transmitted to more vulnerable states, just like what happens with militarism, constitutionalism, and capitalism. So American law and legal movements come in like outer space invaders, and they convince welcomers who think they will bring modernization and prosperity, and they start seeding a colony, and then they insinuate themselves into the legal regime, and the bloodless legal coup is achieved. Consider, for example, the influence of dominance feminist activists and human rights are women's rights state actors flying, often in first class, to meet with governments and power brokers in the metros of India, in post-conflict African countries, and in Latin America. They bring with them a particular vision of women's rights and the promise that following the US model will bring legitimacy to these countries and money, right? Legitimacy and money to countries known as antediluvian and misogynist. And what they bring is criminal law to poor people, to those in the throes of war, to the unhoused, to women who starve and do backbreaking, finger bleeding labor. The coup looks bloodless, but they come into these very local and internally contested spaces where there are a lot of ideas on how to, move forward and try to minimize gender-based violence. But they come in and impose from the top this vision of dominance feminism that was born and grown in the United States. And that's never a good thing. And so I've learned a lot, looking at some of the studies, some of the ethnographies. I'm thinking, for example, Prabhakoteswaran and Born Into Brothels, and the ethnography of the Sonagachi red light district, where you can trace, right, just when the criminalization reforms came in that were championed by feminist and Western human rights actors, and just how miserable it made life for the women who survived through engaging in commercial sex work. And recently, I think there's been a spark of domestic and international pushback against this kind of writ large legal transplantation. And people aren't anymore so sanguine about Catherine McKinnon, sort of the Catherine McKinnon model of flying around the global South, bringing modern criminal statutes. And maybe, just maybe, things are changing. What I've been hearing from anti-carceral feminists, for example, in India and Latin America, is that there's still a fledgling group. And I'll just, quote one feminist that I was recently in conversation with, is Stefania Villabarba, who's the executive director of Intersecta, which is a Mexican feminist group. She's running up against a few things: femicide, right? The salience of femicide in Mexico, and the fact that the criminalization of things like sexual harassment, age of consent laws, those are like huge feminist successes. Like, those are the political feminist successes. So trying to push back against that carceral model, she says, is, quote, lonely work. It's hard. It's pushing against a tide of modernity that has been created by a particular strain of neoliberal, Department of Justice sponsored American legal consciousness and reform.
Thank you so much. I want to also note there, I think that it's important to highlight the way in which, right, the sort of hegemonic force of the United States in this space around contesting gender-based violence through carceral strategies also erases the work that Indigenous women and feminists are doing on the ground in their own communities to come up with strategies for safety and accountability that don't rely on the state, but at the same time, they're being denied resources, the space to build out the capacity to protect themselves, right? So instead, there's this strategy that's coming in on the heels of other sort of power dynamics, international power dynamics that erase those contributions and their thinking around strategy. So I think your insights are tremendously important in terms of how carceral feminism has been utilized by state actors to gain a foothold in post-conflict societies and communities to further entrench carceral institutions. So Andrew, I want to sort of pose the same question to you. In what way do you see these carceral logics being outsourced from places like the United States or from European actors or places like Israel to post-conflict societies, or how would you frame it, in other words? Is that an appropriate framing, or how would you frame that question in terms of how carceral logics travel? So I want to pose that question to you, and then Heinz, I have a question for you.
Thank you. Just want to say that the super fandom is mutual with Aya, and I so appreciate this work around carceral feminism and how that travels. So I don't need to repeat any of that. But I think that the global reach of carceral logics is sort of carried by the global reach of racial capitalism. So I think we need to be clear that those travel together, right? And so it's not, the export is part of that process. You know, and it definitely is why I'm in the United States. I mean, literally comrades in Canada were like, we saw mandatory minimums travel across the border, and we saw criminalization of Black women and folks on receiving state benefits. And we were like, what else is coming? Go find out, go to law school there, find out, come back, be in solidarity. So I definitely personally know about the travel of those logics. And I want to pick up also on the fact that the logics travel, but also the cops travel, right? And they travel in both directions. So it's not just that people are coming into post-conflict places and bringing US policing there. You know, the state of Israel is training US police and then, you know, going around the world and so there's an exchange, right? And actually Jewish Voice for Peace calls it a deadly exchange. And they have a campaign to look at how imperialist states and settler colonial states around the world are exchanging not just cops, not just logics, but also cops and equipment and strategies. And I think what that does for us is it again points out why we need to go beyond kind of just putting out a solidarity statement with NSAR's organizers or organizers in Uganda, but we have to see our struggles as bound up together, right? And we have to, it's our responsibility to fight things like broken windows policing in the US that are then exported, such that now Nigerian organizers are having to fight against criminalization of unhoused people, women, queer, trans people, people in the sex trade on the streets through broken windows policing that was exported. So our responsibility is to fight it in the US and also prevent its export, and also be in real mutuality and reciprocity and solidarity with folks who are now fighting the product of what we've created here on the ground elsewhere. So I feel like those are for me the key points to take away around the travel of those logics. It doesn't just travel with people or institutions, it travels with racial capitalism, and that therefore has to kind of be our target as we're thinking about it, and that our responsibility is not just solidarity statements, but really to see that exchange as one that we have to attend to from multiple angles.
So I was going to go to Heinz, but I saw Sandy, you kind of, perked up a bit for a moment when Andrew was talking about sort of how feminist discourses travel and align themselves with carceral strategies. So I want to, invite you to into the conversation on that point.
Yes, thank you. And I think it's really such a piece of propaganda that feminism and the protection of women are often called upon to justify carceral measures, because I would argue that there's like no universal public service in the West anywhere that addresses gender-based violence. Certainly not policing, certainly not incarceration. We know that less than 20% of sexual assaults in the United States are even reported. Less than 10% of sexual assaults in Canada are even reported. It's stunning that we would turn to this idea of, oh, but we're doing this to protect women, to justify these really atrocious institutions. Currently, right now, I mentioned before, Canada's engagement in Ukraine, on their like foreign policy document, their justification for the reason why we're sending police over to Ukraine, excuse me, is expanding feminism across the globe and protecting Ukraine's women. It's almost laughable once you understand the principles that underlie these logics, that they would say something like that. But that is the justification that they use to justify their foreign policy. Finally, just a note to say that I just think that if we are talking about abolition, we really do have to stop thinking within our borders, because in my post-abolitionist world, whatever that means, there are no borders. It doesn't make sense for us to engage a conversation about missing and murdered Indigenous women in Canada and missing and murdered Black women and children in the United States, and not think, but maybe those things are issues across the landmass because we have a shared colonial and enslavement history that leads us to this point today. And we should be talking about these things not as just bordered issues, but as they exist across the border that crosses us.
Just jumping in for 2 seconds on that, to agree with that, and also remind us that I think it was the 5-year anniversary of the Muslim ban yesterday, and that was written into it, right? That we are doing this because, you know, violent and because of violence against women, and that was the justification for the war in Afghanistan, and Insight did a lot of organizing around that, et cetera. Like, you know, militarism is not, like, it was sort of like the same answer that we say in defund, right? Like, there's no safety for Black and brown and queer and trans and Indigenous survivors with this policing. Like, the military is not bringing that safety as global police either, right? So I think that was part of Insight's message. What I wanted to layer onto that too, though, is the homo nationalism that plays into that too, because what was also written into the Muslim ban was, you know, that you know, places like Syria are homophobic, and we're not trying to. It was this very weird moment where Trump was like, "We're not trying to have you bring your homophobia here," as I say transphobic and homophobic things. Like, it was. But I just want to note that there is not just complicity of carceral feminists, but there's also complicity of like an emerging kind of carceral homo nationalist group who are also kind of traveling around the world.
Thank you. Andrea, Sandy, Heinz, and Heinz, I want to ask you a question about sort of how a global perspective helps us to have a more capacious understanding of the foundations of policing and prisons in places like the United States. So, for example, in studying the development of prisons in Uganda, you know, the archives demonstrate that prisons were part and parcel to a strategy of colonialism, right? That policing was designed to detect, surveil, repress insurgent movements that and communities and groups and tribes that would not align themselves with the British Empire. And so we have a different story about how policing and prisons emerge in places with settler colonialist history or imperialist colonialism, right? That's distinct from or what's somewhat related to how policing emerged in the United States in the wake of the Civil War, Reconstruction, as sort of in the line of slave patrols and the like. And so I'm wondering if you could talk a bit about how we should understand that relationship between prisons, policing, and colonialism in a state like South Africa, or in other similar states that are similarly situated. And part of why I'm asking that question is some time ago, I read a piece by another panelist, I think Amanda Alexander. She was on the panel just before ours. And she talked about, as South Africa was modernizing, right? The funding that came in for prisons as a part of the modernization effort in post-apartheid South Africa was a critical part of the diplomatic mission in South Africa. So I wonder if you could talk a bit about shared histories around the development of policing in prisons, but also histories that perhaps folks in the US don't understand as well, coming from places like South Africa.
Sure. There's a long history of the interaction, particularly in settler colonial societies. And that interaction comes right from the beginnings with the creation of indigenous community reserves in North America, which then gets copied into the colonial context of Africa, with the creation of so-called reserves, and then Bantustans later in the apartheid system. But in terms of the carceral state, there's also, of course, that relationship between the way in which labor was controlled and not simply prisons for, criminal prisons. And, the history there is one in which migrant labor were basically locked down in these migrant hostels on the mines as part of the exploitation and suppression of labor right through the history in South Africa. And that kind of relationship between the carceral state and the exploitation of Black labor was very, very close in the apartheid story. But as you mentioned, even post-apartheid, we have that extraordinary moment where, at the moment of liberation in '94, of course, the famous prisons in South Africa that held political prisoners like Robben Island get closed down and turned into museums. But at the same time, there's this modernization going on of new prisons being developed. What is interesting, what's happened, of course, is the conditions of prisons in South Africa, unfortunately, are pretty appalling, and increasingly so, particularly as corruption within the state has developed, so that the kind of arrangements that were made by very corrupt groups to provide food in the prisons meant that the kinds of provisions and that 2 people in prison also became intolerable. So you have this whole set of relationships develop, whether it's the incapacity and corruption within the post-apartheid state that has developed, or whether it is this symbolic use of saying, well, those were those prisons, and somehow the political prisons were different to the criminal prisons, when in fact criminal, so-called common criminals and political prisoners were all intermingled anyway, right from the beginning through the apartheid period. So that relationship between the carceral state and imprisonment, unfortunately, doesn't end when you get a liberatory moment. It gets transformed to some degree, and unfortunately, it continues to be an issue in South Africa today.
Thank you. We have about 15 minutes for our conversation, and I want to shift to take questions from the audience. And if folks want to ask questions, I believe there's a Q&A function where you can pose questions, and I'm happy to introduce them into the conversation on your behalf. So please, as we're talking, chime in, ask some questions, make some comments, and I'll look to them shortly. So here's one of the big questions, right? Given the need for a more capacious view of abolitionism in a global context, my question is, what does that look like for you? And I want to go sort of in the order that y'all appear in the program. So I'll start with Aya, then Andrea, Hines, and then Sandy. So what does a
abolitionist future that bridges global divides look like? Maya, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, that's such a big question. And I have sort of a little answer because I really wanted to comment on something that Andrea pointed out about the exportation of racial capitalism, along with sort of people going with their own pet projects and human rights projects. And I actually wanted to tell a little story because I think it's sort of exemplary of the challenge of how we have this history of, in this country, understanding the enlightened non-Western spaces. So there's an entire consciousness of global North and global South in which global South is behind, it's a child, right? Or it's uncivilized, it's corrupt, it's not functioning, it's not constitutional. And this, as much as, the propaganda that Sandy pointed out, we protect women, which has been used, by the way, for thousands of years to justify war, to amp up soldiers, I think it comes from this sort of way of thinking about the global South and what is progress in the global South. It's never labor, right? It's never just leaving the children who are committing petty crimes alone, right? It's never just having locals work out under the shadow of corruption, which, by the way, we have too, arrangements within their local groups. It's always some big top-down rule of law program. And so, I came to understand about this in my very first year of law teaching in Miami. I was approached by some professor, international professor, who said to me, hey, I'm working with USAID, and do you want to participate in a training project to train public defenders to better defend people in Costa Rica? Like, not only is this good for the world, you're going to make some money. And I said, no. But then I started looking into it, and this rule of law project has gotten literally hundreds of millions of dollars. And it started in the 1980s as part of a drive to make Latin America an appropriate site of capitalist investment for, and it was demanded by the corporate community. And so at the same time, the US was exerting pressure on Latin America to do something about narco trafficking. So, what they did then was make mini replicas of the system. And they sent down all these, law professors and lawyers and everybody to assess the conditions on the ground, already with a discourse of failed law, right? With the discourse of the global South, they're failed, and they look for problems, and they found them. Problems like corruption, underfunding, inefficiency, bad outcomes, problems that everybody has, basically. But what they said was, in the failed law discourse, this is a problem of their inquisitorial legal systems, which are like star chambers to us. So they transplanted them with American legal systems, which are adversarial systems. And lo and behold, right, incarceration explodes because all of a sudden you can plea bargain cases. Prosecutors never had that advantage. And the corruption, fine, there were corrupt inquisitorial judges. There are even more corrupt prosecutors, right? And so you see this with even femicide, right? That exportation of femicide in Mexico, that's become a feminist rallying cry. Well, Vela Barba says women now disproportionately make up femicide defendants, are disproportionately charged under femicide statutes. Age of consent statutes have disproportionately criminalized teenage women, right? So you've got this transplantation under it's liberals under the liberal aegis of progress, but it starts with that colonial mindset, right? It all starts with the colonial mindset. So I just wanted to chime in on that.
Thank you, Andrea. So same question. What does a abolitionist future that bridges global divides, what does that look like for you?
Well, thanks for reminding me of the question, because I was going down a rabbit hole with Aya, so thank you. I mean, for me, an abolitionist future requires Black liberation everywhere and an end to policing of Black lives everywhere. and all forms of unfreedom. So I think, and particularly as a Black feminist abolitionist, I'm focused about increasing safety and liberation for Black women, girls, queer and trans people, and for our communities, which go beyond these groups, beyond all borders. I mean, Black feminism is explicitly internationalist. So I think that is where I'm rooted. And, I heard in the previous panel, Aaron Miles Cloud said, everyone wants to end violence for someone somewhere. Abolitionists want to end violence for everyone everywhere. And for me, I, make sure that Black women, girls, queer and trans people are at the center of the everyone everywhere. But as Black feminist abolitionist teaches us, that means everyone. So I think some of the lessons that we've talked about today pick up on that. And I want to pick up on this piece that Sandy said right at the beginning about, and just what we were just talking about now, that abolitionist organizers in Canada are much more explicit about the fact that abolition is a decolonial strategy and decolonization requires abolition. So we see that in the writing of Robin Maynard and Leanne Bentamasake Simpson and Tiffany Latabo King. And so really want to point people to that and to the need to make more connections between Black and Indigenous communities around the world and the ways our freedom and unfreedom are kind of tied up together. Even if our histories on particular lands are distinct, our futures really require each other's liberation and abolition. And so it's also remembering that the US is a settler colonial state and that alongside slave patrols were Indian constables, and that this is happening, that the decolonization abolition project is one that's important here as well. Obviously, other places are much more explicit about the connection between policing and migration and policing of the movement of Black people within countries. And so I think there are groups like Mi Gente and Baji and Undocu Black and BLMP that are making those connections here. But I think in the broader abolitionist movement in the US, we need to be much more clear about again, the connections between abolishing borders and abolitionist struggles, right? I think also looking globally at places like Canada or elsewhere that are more generally understood as welfare states or even post-revolutionary states, where a relationship to state funding and state social programs is different. I think it really requires us to pay more attention to the role of the state, period, in abolitionist global futures and the ways in which policing happens through all the state apparatus, not just police, prisons, and border patrols, and really to question if we're just trying to move money and resources and power from one arm of the state to the other, and just kind of what the role of the state is in abolitionist futures, if it plays one at all. And I know that we want to dismantle the carceral settler colonial state. The question is kind of what forms of governments and practice do we imagine in its place? And that brings me to this question of the centrality of dismantling global racial capitalism in the project. South African organizers like Heinz, schooled me on, what happened in Marikana and elsewhere, but really just sort of saying like, this is the peril of not recognizing that ending racial capitalism is essential to the abolitionist project, right? And Ruth Wilson Gilmore reminds us, abolition of racial capitalism is necessary, but not sufficient for abolition. So we can't stop there, but we definitely have to start there. There's no capitalism that doesn't have the police we have, she says. So I think that feels like we need to imagine what a just transition to new social and economic relations looks like, and to build relationships across movements in order to come up with that bigger vision of a just transition beyond kind of the defund fights that we're having. And then the question about the role of the state in extraction, because I think that's the other thing, is we're fighting to move around resources that have been extracted through racial capitalism, right? The state grabbed a little piece of the pie, mostly from workers, not so much from corporations. And now we're fighting about how to redistribute money that is extracted through a system that we're trying to tear down. So I feel like that's also a question we need to grapple with is how we're collectivizing resources and where we're collectivizing them from and how they were generated in the first place. So that I feel like we're not paying enough attention to. And lastly, Harsha Walia reminds us that global abolitionist organizing can teach us it's not enough to redistribute resources within the US when the resources we have are also premised on global extraction from elsewhere, right? So there's a global redistribution in abolitionist futures. So I think the bottom line is abolitionist futures are global, they're internationalist, and we cannot pretend they're not. And we continue to do ourselves a disservice when we're not, organizing and acting from that place in real ways, not just kind of solidarity statements and trips across borders, but really building global internationalist movements and at the global scale, and that are taking into account the role of climate injustice and catastrophe in fueling policing and the things that we think of more as abolitionist struggles and so on. So that for me feels like a charge and a challenge even to me, working in like knowing that, and then how that shapes our work on a daily basis, I think there's a disconnect that we're trying to narrow. And the last thing I'll say is I really feel like visionary fiction is a place where we can imagine these things, because I think it becomes very difficult for us to imagine anything. It's not like, well, are we going to create an abolitionist UN? Are we going to, we just have so much trouble understanding the world outside of the ways in which we operate, that visionary fiction can be really helpful in that, imagining those global abolitionist futures.
Thank you. Heinz and then Sandy.
So I'd like to pick up on Andrea's point about imagination and imagining the ways in which societies can actually govern themselves in a way that's democratic. So, rooted in my own participation in the struggle against apartheid, my focus has been on the reconstruction of post-colonial societies in Southern Africa from the perspective of democratic participation. What does it mean? And where I began was in the context of the constitution-making process post-1994 and its limits. So while democratic constitution-making processes provide important opportunities to work towards what Kendall Thomas described on a panel yesterday as a continuation of the process of democratic reconstruction based on the original vision of reconstruction in the post-Civil War era in the United States. My work looks at what I've been doing is looking and recognizing that these processes do not solve the social and problems and inequalities, but rather they provide openings to set conditions for continuing struggle towards equality and freedom. If in these processes where we get the opportunities at various moments to reconstruct the way governance might function, can we make sure we keep it open to allow future struggles to continue, rather than allowing a closure to say, well, this solves it now and get back to your normal activities, which is unfortunately the old forms of exploitation. Thank you.
Sandy.
Yeah, and just picking up on that, I think there, a lot of detractors to the abolitionist movement will say, what's going to happen next? Where are the answers? Where's the guidebook? As though someone did that for the current construction of our capitalist world. Like someone way back when had this guidebook that was the way that the United States looks today. That's not how human society operates. Like all forms of human life, all forms of human institution making and organization around how we live with one another are unfinished. They're all processes that are continually renewed or shifted, tried. We've got, in the United States, it feels like y'all are in elections every 5 seconds. It's like, there's a process of renewal, and not to say that we want to copy that process of renewal, but I think it is absolutely fine for us to have an idea of what we don't want things to look like, and to say we want to try this, and we're going to try this, and we're also going to try this, and we're going to learn from our experiences in those things and shift them as we need to. With respect to what abolition would look like, I try to start with what it doesn't look like, and it doesn't look like what we have today. And we've got this system right now where capital can cross borders, corporations can cross borders, elites and the powerful can cross borders, but people, our movement is restricted. Our movement is policed. And that is a huge part of the formation of these institutions that create, and these hegemonies that create these exploitations against average people. So that's the macro level of how things that I see that absolutely need to change, this decolonial kind of perspective. But also I really do think that even though this is a really global question, that the answers lie in local communities. I think that one of the things that capitalism has kind of taken from us is our abilities to really be in community with one another in a healthy, good way. And I think it's in those communities where we know one another, where things are actually quite smaller, that we can keep ourselves safe and secure. I think we create these measures of safety and security when we are in relation to one another in a way that forces us to support our needs. And I really like it, as much as we need to think about these things on a global scale, I think we also really need to think about these things on a micro scale, and to think about what we lose when we don't interact with one another and don't have relationships with one another in small communities where we live.
Thank you. So, you all are calling our attention to how we can think about a global abolitionist future. And you've also called our attention to strategies that states have used to constitute a global carceral system that we are contesting, right? Trying to dismantle in an effort to construct a new imaginary or to realize our new imaginary about what safety and accountability looks like in different contexts across the world. And we've seen the way in which different movements and different communities have traded tactics, have exchanged tactics. So if we look at Hong Kong and the protest movement there, right, sort of be like water, the fluidity of it, the anonymity of it, tactics being adopted in places in the US. So that's one example, but we also see exchanges being tremendously fraught and often reproducing the power dynamics that exist at the global level in terms of, right, folks from Europe or the United States attempting to engage in forms of solidarity with folks in the global South, Africa, Caribbean, et cetera, but bringing with them this sort of exceptional framework about what constitutes the problem, and again, erasing more indigenous tactics and strategies. And I think about this in the context of, for example, Uganda, where I spent some time. And you see, for example, feminist organizers, thinkers, and scholars using the politics of profanity as a particular mechanism of resisting state violence. And I'm thinking here of people like Stella Nyanzi, who uses, who curses and challenges the current president as a mechanism that is deeply rooted in particular ways of being in the Ugandan context. We also see this in the context of Nigeria, where women use their nudity as a way to shame the government and its corruption and its violence. How do we engage in these forms of solidarity across borders while recognizing the particularities of different sites where state violence is occurring? And so I'll just open that up, and if anyone wants to take that question before I move into Q&A from audience questions. Thoughts? All right, I'll call on someone. Heinz, just because you look like you're deep in thought, I'm going to go to you.
Yes, it is. I mean, it's an interesting problem, right? Because, for instance, if we take that historic moment, the building of the anti-apartheid struggle, which Andrea and others have referred to, that built a global anti-apartheid movement. But at the same time, there was always a recognition that as people took up this issue around the globe, they also had their local forms and local issues that they rose. So at one point during my period in exile, I ended up in California and became engaged with the anti-apartheid movement there among students, and was fascinated in meetings that, in fact, most of the folk around didn't want to ask questions about South Africa per se. And so it made me reflect on, well, what was the driving motive? Why were these young people spending their time and energy in addressing this issue of apartheid? which was so far away. For me, it was very close. It was my world. But for these folks, it was so far away, and yet they were prepared to put themselves on the line against police brutality in Berkeley, California, in the name of opposing apartheid. And of course, what I began to realize and had to respect was this was really a way to even address local issues of race in America, right? So the recognition that these things actually are bound in particular locally formed ways. And so for me, the idea of global solidarity and building a local movement, a global movement, is always to understand what the local aspects are and how those can be linked in order to strengthen both the global movement and the local at the same time.
Andrea, so I'm just taking minor cues as invitations that you want to contribute. So Andrea, I saw you shaking your head. Do you want to contribute anything to this question, to the response?
I mean, I think I was one of the students who was, studying with people in exile from South Africa at the time, and I think one was sort of a real, again, sort of centering racial capitalism. Like, we were fighting Shell because Shell was fueling the tanks, shooting people and running over people that we cared about, that looked like us, that we were in solidarity with deep as Black people. And also Shell was, spilling oil over here and destroying workers' health over there. And so it was a way of sort of saying, like, this is the most kind of visible form of this company's violence, but we can uncover, other forms of it and make those connections through our analysis of racial capitalism. I think also it was about the kinds of things that you were talking about, Heinz, around sort of practicing democracy in our institutions, right? Like, it was about, why can't the university, the university I attended had like just years of shutdowns around divestment protests, and they would never divest. And that was it. And I mean, part was because the president of the university was Frank Rhodes, who was Cecil Rhodes' nephew. So there was a personal investment in that, but it was also about just really about participatory democracy in a university setting, and about saying, like, the majority of the student body is willing to put their lives on the line for something, and you are autocratically just refusing and just waiting for generation after generation of students to leave. And so I think it is about practicing local efforts to create the conditions that bring about abolition globally in a way that is globally minded and connected. And also, I just really want to emphasize too, how deeply, at least in the organizing that I was doing, the piece that you were talking about, Priscilla, about really, there's, I hate using the word solidarity because it's often replicating these same dynamics, right? And so, but it was a deep accountability to people in South Africa and people in exile, and checking the people in exile to make sure that they were accountable to the people in South Africa, because lots of people were in exile, lots of things were happening, right? And so I think, yes, that's it. It's accountability to people, right? So similarly, I feel like the folks, when we're organizing around NSARS in the US in support of folks in Nigeria, it was really about constantly sort of circling back to be like, and now, and not expecting folks to have all the answers, but co-creating things together in a way that is accountable. So it's not a clear answer, but it's one I think that has some pieces of it.
So Sandy, I want to invite you into the conversation as well. And in particular, Sandy, since you're coming from the Canadian context where you were organizing with Black Lives Matter and other movement actors, other organizers, how did you sort of engage in this form of international solidarity, accountability? How did you translate the critiques and strategies around police and state violence to make it more grounded in the lived reality of folks who you were organizing with in Ontario?
Well, we were organizing in Ontario, but we're also organizing all over Canada. And one of the things that, it's hard. We didn't even come together and we're like, let's figure out how to internationalize these strategies. It was more that it just who we were, because we're so, our different, all the different teams across Canada are so diverse. There's folks who have been in Canada for generations, their family's been in Canada for generations. And then there's folks who've just come to Canada, or maybe are second generation immigrants like myself. And so within my own team, we had folks who were Haitian, who, in this last decade, of course, between Canada and the United States, the interaction between Haiti and these these global powers and the policing in Haiti and the policing of Haitian bodies in the United States and Canada has an impact on the type of organizing that we wanted to do. We have folks who are from the United States who, of course, are bringing us directly to that politic. There are folks who are from Brazil and who wanted to imbue the experience of what was happening in Brazil in our organizing. And then there were folks who were just, undocumented, who were fighting their own struggles and who are Black. And so we're dealing with all of these things. There are folks who are Black and Indigenous who are often erased in a lot of these movements. And so we were dealing with the particular incidents of violence that we were dealing with, but also we're dealing with our own struggles, our own family struggles, and all of that came together because we just focused on being a diverse team of people, and not just from where we're from. Our team has a majority of trans folks who are leading us. Our team is diverse in, those of us who went to post-secondary education and those of us who didn't. It's just intentionally diverse so that we don't miss, not just so that we don't miss, so that we make sure that we're trying to engage all of the different types of carceral measures that are acting upon us all the time. And so I think we have tried to invite people who are coming into our movement to be intentional about those things as well. And I think, I think about some of the elders in our movement, some of whom Andrea Ritchie mentioned earlier, those who coordinated those actions back in 1992 in Canada. There's an elders group that supports our work. We meet with them quarterly and they talk to us about the different things that we should really be thinking about. And they were really one thing that we wish we had done better, we want you to do, is to engage these questions. You need to look at one another and say, who are we missing? Who's not around this table? What are we not talking about? And figure out how to deepen your politic and put that into the work that you do, because it should be, we should always be reflecting and looking at how to improve or shift the way that we're doing our work. And so, that's really how I've experienced that in our organizing in Canada.
Can I say something quick? And this is more maybe for the law student population, but I think, there are well-meaning lawyers and, young advocates who they really do want to make a better state of affairs in places in the world. And they have that sensibility, but there is a real, the savior part is a real danger. And I think, in a lot of areas of US, whether left, liberal, right, or progressive, there is this willingness to be international, but not comparative. So a willingness to engage internationally as long as I can bring to the table what I already thought the problem is. And then I might listen to how to help or whatever. Whereas comparativists, are supposed to learn from other places, right? And it almost never works like that. So I think in order to have a real comparativist engagement, you need radical humility and radical listening, right? Which is very hard for people who even, activists with an idea to save things have to do. And so sometimes I think we have really eager-eyed young legal actors go into these spaces and, they listen, but some of the times, if you listen hard enough, what you'll hear is sometimes the status quo is better than what you're about to offer. Sometimes the absence of law is permitting flourishings that the very act of bringing law in there is not. So, I just think there is this, it's faith not even just with carceral legal answers to things, but it's faith in the law. It's this unwavering idea that there are lawful spaces and there are unlawful spaces. And the relationship between them should be the lawful people bringing enlightenment to the unlawful people. And I think if you really want to learn anything, it has to be to go into every space without a preconceived notion, except what can I learn, right, from them? And, of course, there are many people who do that, but so much of even like well-meaning international projects don't start with the comparative view of let me look at my own country, my own situation, and whether we're any good before we try to civilize another place. And that can be very disillusioning, right? That you don't get to save problems right away, that you don't get to put a bad guy in jail. And, and that listening itself and not doing law are sometimes the best courses of action.
So I think that kind of tees up one of the questions that was posed in the Q&A for sort of drawing on your comments earlier about the exportation of rule and law, of the rule of law from the U.S. to countries around the world as a mechanism of sort of reinforcing logics of carcerality, of constructing carceral institutions, and expanding the scope and reach of American imperialism. And so I'm wondering if you could talk a bit about that. So here's the question. The question is sort of, can you explain how, in light of this aggressive exportation of systems and under the banner of rule of law, how can we get to a global abolitionist future in light of this sort of countercurrents that are existing through different relationships between different states that are grounded in these notions of sort of rule of law? How do we contest that, in other words? How do we get to an abolitionist future at a global scale when there are these countercurrents with states cooperating with one another to create and then entrench carceral institutions through things like rule of law? And so I guess that's a question that's derived from your comments, Aya. So I'll pose that to you and then the rest of the panel.
I really defer to the rest of the panel because they are doing the work of abolition. But something that's really helpful to me when and I'm mostly speaking to younger feminists who do have this idea of, making things better for women, immediately you're going to do it, and it's through sort of law, is this idea from the old Norwegian abolitionists of abolition as a stance, as a persistent saying of no to carceral institutions. So that, to me, also indicates that part of it is sometimes just saying, okay, there's this idea for a program that's going to solve X, Y, and Z, but it has some carcerality in it. No, right? And accepting that maybe I won't see the end of prisons in my lifetime, and maybe there will never be the end of prisons. But a constant and persistent effort to shrink the carceral state, to constantly shrink, constantly say no, is a good step. And then I would also say that the radical listening step, if some of the eager-eyed attorneys who had gone in those rule of law programs would have just come with the idea of, so tell us what's going on, we're gonna try to study it, and then what can I do? Right? Things would have been totally different. Now, I think that probably, again, I'm very skeptical about how all these programs were conceived from the outset, but I have no doubt that many people involved in it were well-intentioned. And, I was really struck by the comments last panel about, how it, vulnerable mothers and caregivers in the Bronx couldn't get a diaper, where there's a multi-million-dollar system of child protective services that's supposed to protect their children. I have no doubt that a lot of people going into these positions in the child protective service do it with the intention to help children, right? But it's the tendency to be a part of what exists, to not say no, to think that, you know, there is some intervention you can do within the bounds of what you can do as a lawyer that's going to solve the problem. And I think we need to sort of abandon that kind of reasoning.
So one of the things I heard you say about this, the role of rule of law programs in promoting and extending, sort of carceral institutions, is for lawyers and law students to really question the role of these, the way in which these sort of programs legitimize these kinds of logics, and to be highly skeptical of them, right? And to question the way in which they're being used as forms of propaganda for particular forms of state violence. And I think that's a really important point that you're making. Andrea, looks like you wanted to comment here.
Yeah, I mean, I also want, maybe not something that law students or lawyers want to hear, but I want people to question the rule of law, like, and whose interests it serves, and, you know, what we've been taught about it versus what it actually is and does and produces, and how it actually cannot be sort of turned to other ends. I mean, there's definitely, you know, sense of reciprocity and mutual accountability and consequences for harm. I'm not saying that we don't do away with those things. What I'm saying is actually we need to strengthen those things by stepping away from systems and rule of law ideas that are actually about taking us further away from those things and enabling the violence of the state and deprivation and organized abandonment. So I think for me, and that's why, you know, the organization that Mariam Kaba and I co-founded is called Interrupting Criminalization. Obviously, we want to interrupt criminalization as it's happening in the ways that are harmful that we most understand. We also want to disrupt the whole notion of criminalization altogether, right? Which is fundamentally what the rule of law is based on, right? Like the state's power to decide what conduct to punish when by who, and also the ways in which we criminalize each other and replicate those state practices in our day-to-day lives. That's what we need to disrupt. And again, I want to emphasize that doesn't mean that there's no consequences for harm, or that we're not coming up with ways of organizing ourselves in relation to each other, and our governance practices. It's understanding that the entire structure of the law, from this, I remember this really striking me in law school, like the time frame in civil procedure that plaintiffs have versus what defendants have, like structures the case against the plaintiff, like from get, right? Like in the rules, like literally the rules of law are, you know, there's a meme going around the internet that's like a joke / truth of, you know, if you don't know the answer in a criminal legal question or criminal procedure case, just think of what disfavors the defendant. You'll probably be right. And, you know, that's unfortunately a way many of us might have passed some crim pro exams when we didn't know the answer to some things. So I think that I want students to really question not just those programs or the power relations and the notions that I had talked about, you know, ungoverned spaces or lawless spaces, and us coming with law, and also the impetus to feel like if we're being invited to something like this, we have to come with authority, and we have to come with knowledge and imposition and expertise, and that we're only listening for similarities to what we're already seeing. But I just want us to like just question the law in and of itself, not in just these abstract ways, but in real practical ways in terms of how that shapes our organizing.
Right, and we can think about the observations of critical theorists that law, by definition, necessitates violence, right? So anytime you go into court, right, at the end of that is some enforcement mechanism that involves violence, right? So we should all be thinking, right, as lawyers, law students, law scholars, we should be thinking about the violence that's inherent in all legal institutions and doctrines. I want to get to the second question that was posed in the chat here, which is about migration, immigration. And this was something I think, Sandy, you spoke to very briefly. So I want to pose this question to you. How does how does the regulation of migration fit into this conversation about a global abolitionist future? And I want to pose that question to you, Sandy.
Yeah, I think I spoke a little bit about this before. And so I'll just, the only thing maybe that I'll add is that, I mean, we really have to think about how people generally, for centuries have just moved across land. That's what we do as people. And when we've created these really, these imagined, but also really very, very real borders, we have to police them in order for them to be what they are. Like, they have to be policed in order for them to become real. And so to me, with respect to immigration and migration, we cannot have borders, we cannot have policed borders if we're going to be thinking about an abolitionist future. And of course, as I said before, we don't have borders for certain people. We don't have borders for certain institutions. And so that world is possible. It's been imagined for the wealthiest, the most powerful, and for exploitation. It has been imagined, and it is working right now for those people. It has not it has of course been imagined for us, but it is not working that way for the average person. And so to me, migration is a central part of the conversation, actually, because it is a part of how we think about decolonization and abolition. And I do want to say one other thing about the last question. One of the things that really struck me coming to study law in the United States was just how ridiculous it is that this country that's been founded in revolution, like, imported the monarchy's law. It was like, okay, but we'll change all these things, but we won't change this. This we're cool with. And I'm just like, that feels like an unfinished revolution. That's a weird decision. But I think that as lawyers and advocates, we should be thinking about how to interrupt the legal system that comes from this whole exploitative system of a monarchy, and we actually must tear it down. It doesn't really make much sense. It's a system of conflict resolution that is built to support a king. Like, that's what it is. It's kind of ridiculous, and we should be thinking about how to shift that. And just finally, how do we bring about an abolitionist future? Like, I think we just have to do it. Like, we have to create the things. If there is no system that is addressing gender-based violence, then we should create those systems in our own communities, and people are doing that work. And if there is no system that addresses mental health crises, then, and people have probably been seeing this over the last few years, then we should be creating those systems in our communities. And sometimes those get taken by the state and rejigged, and we should pull it back and rejig it back. Like, I am really, really inspired by the idea of libraries and the fact that libraries exist in our world. Like, what a revolutionary concept. Like, here's some free books, come take them, maybe bring them back also when you're done. Like, that's great. I think that if we can be a society that creates something like that, then I think we can be a society that eliminates criminalization of drugs, that eliminates the criminalization of sex work, that eliminates the need for carcerality.
So we have about 3 minutes left, and there's I think a question in the chat from the audience that I think is a good closing question. So I'll just pose this to everyone. So here's a question. What are some of the marching orders you have for organizers, practitioners, and movement lawyers in the US to really deploy decolonize abolitionist framework? What are some of the strategies you've seen that have worked well? So what are your marching orders? What do we do next? So Heinz, since we left off with you, let me start with you, and then we'll go across the board. So just mindful of time.
Yeah, I just want to jump in quickly on both the last two questions and then this final one. And just when we talk about law and this rule of law idea, the failure to think about legal pluralism, the fact that there are many forms of law out there that we need to recognize as well when we're engaging with communities and places near and far, right? That there are different sources of law, and local communities may have a conception of the law that should apply to them and their community in a way that's different. And our need to hear and respond to that is important. And partly that says something about the way forward in terms of engaging communities and working with communities, both locally and more broadly, to hear, to first of all, to listen. Thank you.
Andrea, then we'll go Aya, and then Sandy, I'll give you the last word.
I mean, I would just agree with what Heinz said and just learn, like study, learn, watch news that's not US news, read something that's not about the US, just, and learn about movements in other places in deep ways, and come with humility to the questions that we're tackling, and come with a sense of accountability and responsibility to the people who are directly impacted by the things and decisions that are made here in this belly of the beast. That's why I'm still here, even though, because I feel like our responsibility, particularly as people here, is not to only focus on here and not to organize in ways here that don't disrupt the global relations of power.
Aya.
I think I'll just say this: law school can be very similar to religious training, where you get trained in faith, not in fact, right? So you have a faith in the system, right? That's going to be drummed into you, that this is objective, this is manageable, this is the way to go, and you need to do that. And I am saying to resist that, to learn the law, learn the moves, learn the tricks, but resist the faith training. And then you open your eyes to the possibilities of being a lawyer without faith in the law. And it could be opportunities like, for example, about 6 years ago, Panama went through a big titling movement, right, to get squatters to conform with the law and have their bundle of sticks of legal rights. And what it turns out is a lot of people lost their homes, right? So once you abandon the faith, you actually become a better manager of the power that law school's about to give you.
Sandy, so you're currently a law student. What marching orders, right, do you have from that perch to your colleagues who are similarly situated in law schools that can be hostile to ideas and imaginings around abolition? What are your marching orders for your fellow students?
A few things. So I think all of the advice that's been given so far, great. I also think there's this like pressure to take, I guess, like the most useful classes, and the most useful classes being like the ones that are like pure doctrine or whatever. There are a lot of professors who are trying to imbue like some subversive courses into the curriculum. Take those courses, because I mean, I find this so bizarre. Like, this is an Americanism that I didn't know before coming to law school in America, that you like generally are expected to take a whole other course to pass the bar anyway. So like, if you got to do that, like, then just take courses. If you're interested in abolition, like take courses that are above or about that frame, or, go to school in Canada where you don't have to, the bar isn't closed book. It's just, and because you're meant to pass it. Like, so that's one. The other thing that I think is really important is to be involved in community organizations. Be involved in community organizations, be involved in organizing, and see what it's like to organize, because that is where I've learned the most of everything. Like, the most of everything that I know, I've learned in a community organizing context. And also, as Heinz said, just like learning from listening to other activists. Like, I've been very fortunate that in my organizing work, both in abolitionist movement and also in education movement, I've been able to travel a lot. And so I learned a lot from activists in South Africa, in Colombia, in Brazil, in the United States, all over where I've been able to go to be a part of organizing. Most of it was just, just going, joining meetings and like being quiet and listening to what the different philosophies were and how people were approaching how to engage resistance. And so if you ever get the chance to do that, you should do that internationally. If you can't do it internationally, do it locally. There are so many people locally organizing resistance. And if you want to really learn about the law and abolition and all of that, sure, come to law school and learn the formal law. But you don't really understand it unless you understand how to fight it, because then you understand it in a different way.
Yeah. Well, I think Sandy, you left us with a word, so we'll close there. Thank you to Andrea Ritchie, Aya Gruber, Heinz Klug. Thank you, Sandy Hudson, for being here. Thank you, Jamelia. Thank you, India. Thank you, Ngozi, for organizing this conference. Thank you to UCLA Law Review. Thank you, Alana. Hope, thank you for having us. Hope this conversation was generative to the folks who joined us on a Saturday morning or afternoon, depending on where you are in the world, or evening. Thank you for being here. And so with that, we'll close this panel, and I'll turn it over to Hope.
Thank you, Professor Chen, and that wonderful panel. A few of our panelists spoke about how mass incarceration and racial capitalism are exported across the globe, and a part of working towards abolition, we must work against that. And something that will stick with me is my classmate Sandy encouraging us to think about a post-abolition world where we don't have borders, and that we must see the current violence we experience, especially against women, as a shared problem because of the West colonial history. So we will now take another break and come back at 1 p.m. Pacific time for our final panel on abolition and technology. So that's about in 25 minutes. Thank you.
This feels like drugs that I don't want, 'cause every touch makes me want more. Can't go single day without using, can't go single day without looking. Now my heart's so glued and I'm losing sight of everything around me. Can't go single day without using, can't go single day without looking. Going to withdraw. Peace and you. I wanna give you the peace sign forever. Peace and you. I wanna give you the peace sign forever. Peace sign.
What an unfortunate situation. I'm tired of doing things for confirmation. I need to save my time and energy. I don't need to be yours, you don't need to be mine. What do you want from me? You're too bad for a medicine. I can't hide when you're calling me. I can't think when you're draining me. What do you want from me? I'm so tired of falling in. I need peace from the enemy. Give me time for my sanity.
Can't go single day without using, can't go single day without looking. Now my heart's so glued and I'm losing sight of everything around me. Can't go single day without using, can't go single day without looking. Going to withdraw. Peace and you. I wanna give you the peace sign forever. Peace and you. I wanna give you the peace sign forever. Peace sign you. Bye-bye. Wanna give you peace sign forever. Come out from my face and leave me alone. Peace sign. Ma chérie leche, oh. Peace sign forever. Peace sign.
Told me that this planet was small. We used to live in the same building on the same
floor and never met before until I'm overseas on tour and peep this Ethiopian queen from Philly taking classes abroad. She studying film and photo flash focus record. Says she working on a flick and cut my click through the score. She said she loved my show in Paris at Elysee Montmartre and that I stepped off the stage and took a piece of her heart. We knew from the start that things fall apart, intent to shatter. She like, that shit don't matter when I get home. Get at her through letter phone, whatever, let's link, let's get together. Shit, you think not? Think the thought went home and forgot. Time passed, we back in Philly, now she up in my spot, telling me the things I'm telling of is making her hot. Started building with her constantly round the clock. Now she in my world like hip hop and keep telling me, yeah.
If you were worried about where I've been or who I saw, what club I went to with my homies, baby, don't worry, you know that you got me. If you were worried about where I've been or who I saw, what club I went to with my homies, baby, don't worry, you know that you got me.
Yo, I'm the type that's always catching a flight, and sometimes I got to be out at the height of the night, and that's when she flip and get on some old.
Another lonely night, seem like I'm on the side, you only loving your mic. I know you gotta get that paper, daddy, keep that shit tight, but yo, I need some sort of love in my life. You dig me? While politicking with my sister from New York City, she said she know this ball player, and he think I'm pretty aside. I'm playing, boo, you know it's just with you I'm staying, boo. And when cats be popping game, I don't hear what they saying, boo. When you out there in the world, I'm still your girl. With all my classes, I don't have the time for life's thrills. So when you sweating on stage, think of me when you rhyme, and don't be listening to your homies. They be
yeah, so what you saying? I could trust you.
Is you crazy? You my king for real. But sometimes relationships get ill, no doubt.
If you were worried about where I've been or who I saw, what club I went to with my homies, baby, don't worry, you know that you got me. If you were worried about where I've been or who I saw, what club I went to with my homies, baby, don't worry, you know that you got me.
That snake could be that chick and that rat, could be that cool cat that's whispering, she tryna play you for the fool, black. If something's on your chest, then let it be known. See, I'm not your every 5 minutes all on the phone. And on the topic of trust, it's just a matter of fact that people bite back and fracture what's intact, and they'll forever be. I ain't on some, oh, I'm a celebrity, I deal with the real. So if it's artificial, let it be. I seen people caught in love like whirlwinds, listening to they squads and listening to girlfriends. That's exactly the point where they whole world ends. Lies come in, that's where the drama begins. And she like, yeah.
If you were worried about where I've been or who I saw, what club I went to with my homies, baby, don't worry, you know that you got me. If you were worried about where I've been or who I saw, what club I went to with my homies, baby, don't worry, you know that you got me. If you were worried about where I've been or who I saw, what club I went to with my homies, baby, don't worry, you know that you got me. If you were worried about where I've been or who I saw, what club I went to with my homies, baby, don't worry, you know that you got me. If you were worried about where I've been or who I saw.
Oh, na 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 na. Oh, na 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 na. Oh, na 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 na. Good vibration, yeah. That's the positive vibes and we creating, yeah. The sounds that make you feel right, we keep it blazing, yeah. Forever shining this light, we keep it blazing, yeah. Boy, forever shining this light. Hey, thank the Lord, my cup is full and running over. All who never like we, I got love we know. Baby girl just text me, say she coming over. And when she reach, you want me fit turn off the phone. Turn the lights down low, turn up the stereo, yeah. Alton Ellis, Gregory, Isaac, Dennis Brown. Have you ever been in love? Now bad vibes can't stop this good vibration, yeah. That's the positive vibes we keep creating, yeah. Sounds that make you feel right, we keep it blazing, yeah. As long as we live in this life, we keep it blazing, yeah. As long as we live in this life, yeah. Ain't nothing wrong with melodies that touch your soul, no. They're acting like the people don't need it no more. Still when she hear that good music, she hold me closer. She grooving now, I know she feeling it for sure. She moved to me and rest her head up on my shoulder. Soothingly she tell me if it turn up the sound. Have you ever been in love? Now bad vibes can't stop this good vibration, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That's the positive vibes and we creating, yeah. Sounds that make you feel right, we keep it blazing, yeah. Forever shining this light, we keep it blazing, blazing. Forever shining this light, ooh yeah.
Key to the garden, so I put it up and I nodded. Tell me how you like it. Got me on the wheel, I'ma drive it, but they wanna raise up the mileage. Well, I don't like to turn my back, and so I work and give back. May I just try to day my lane. I got the gang behind now. Listen when they call my name. I found a voice within me. No man can curse what God has made. Your pain when the dark is closing in. See, they want to lock me down. When they try to take me down, we be flying off the ground. When the world is going out, when the earth is falling in. This is the mind, this is the light. This is the dawn, this is the way. I see the dream coming before me. I've been the one, don't have to say it. This is the vibe, don't need to fake it. Seeing the world, living beyond it. This is the key so I can save you. Well, I don't like to turn my back, so I work and give back. May I just try to do my lane. Got a gang behind now. Listen when they call my name. I found a voice within me. Now I can't curse what God has made. So let me pick your pain when the dark is closing in. See
words and they feel it on their face. Hey, hey, hey. Take it all down, make them feel it on their face. Hey, hey, hey. Men get down and they putting on a show. Girls getting down every day. Working out of town on the floor. Making things swing gonna go. Niggas get down and they feel it on their face. Down, 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 you know. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Niggas wanna come in the play. Niggas get all in their feelings. Niggas get down every day. Niggas play games when you flex. Niggas throw stones, they gon' feel it on their face. Eh, eh, eh. Take it all home, make them feel it on their face. Eh, eh, eh.
Everybody's got opinions on nothing. Say we're flying down a path with no ending. And if I die before I wake, ooh, don't let me wake up from this dream. When we collide, I've been so frustrated, have to let it out. Let me tell you with my body what I'm talking about. And I don't care about the future or the past. Riding slow cause you know the world's moving too fast. When we collide, just a fraction. Closing in on my demise. And I love you religiously with everything inside of me. As long as I'm alive. When we collide. When I crash into you, crash into you. You don't need no other
lately I've been thinking about perspective. You don't have enough fingers to count all the blessings that this love will bring, cause this love's electric. Angelic halo on tilt, it's a look. Stairway to heaven, got the elevator shook. Where I'm from, if I take you to the block, you the one. Revolve around you, I ain't planet, but the sun gon' shine. That's no matter if you see it or not. Hoping that you change your mind, cause I need it a lot. It's like, I can use my words and my actions. You can use your charm and your magic. It's one and the same, girl, I wrote the game. I've been through the same thing, so I know your pain, yeah. Could tell that we both a little scared, but now we moving on, yeah. Would you fly with me? Change your mind with me. If you find you ever change your mind, would you like to go with me?
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. I will now pass it to Professor Akediba to lead the last panel of our conference on what role or risks technology may bring to a future of abolition. Professor, take it away.
Good afternoon. It is my pleasure to be introducing and moderating the Abolition and Technology panel. We've had such a great series of conversations in the last 2 days, and I'm so excited that we can finish this powerful symposium with a critical eye toward technology and the way in which technology has been a mechanism for sustaining racial capitalism, carciality, patriarchy, ableism, predation, and deprivation, and to reflect on the use of technology and the theme of moving toward an abolitionist future. I'm also so glad to be having this conversation with this set of phenomenal panelists whose work I admire and who have informed my thinking. And in the interest of time, I'm going to keep their introduction short, but please check out their bios, which can be found in the program. We have Professor Chaz Arnett. He is an associate professor of law at University of Maryland. His research explores the relationship between race, digital technologies, and criminal legal processes. He is the one of the 2021-2022 faculty fellows at Data and Society. His recent work touches upon the impact that criminal law and policy has on the relationship between racial and surveillance capitalism. We also have Professor Jessica Eaglin. She is a professor of law at Indiana University, Maurer School of Law. Her work explores the impact that criminal legal reforms have on sociopolitical transformations in criminal administration and society. Her recent work touches upon the perils that the proliferation of criminal legal technologies, particularly actuarial risk assessment tools, present to marginalized populations, legal processes, and society more broadly. And Professor Bennett Capers is a professor of law at Fordham Law School. He is the director of the Center on Race, Law, and Justice. His research explores the relationship between race, gender, technology, and the criminal legal process. Among the threads explored in his recent work is that of Afrofuturism, with a particular focus on how Afrofuturism can enable a reimagining of law. He is currently a visiting professor at Yale Law School this semester. And Professor Sean Hill, he is an assistant professor of law at Ohio State University. His research and teaching lie at the intersection of critical race theory and criminal law policy. His recent work critiques the increased use of pretrial risk assessment instruments from a critical race theory perspective. I'm so glad to have you all here for this conversation. So to start the conversation, to set the table, the government and private agencies are increasingly using new technologies to make life-altering decisions in nearly all arenas: public assistance, the criminal legal sphere, healthcare, banking, education, as well as in the family regulation system, to name a few. From an abolitionist perspective, what are some of the problems associated with the continued use of these technologies? And I'll start with you, Professor Eaglin.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I just want to take a brief moment to say thanks to all the participants. The panels have been just so fantastic, and I'm thrilled to be here and to continue the conversation in this context. So, I mean, there's so many problems with technology in this moment that this question is unwieldy. But I do want to start out by just sort of giving us two categories of concerns in particular. So, we're really talking about distribution of resources that are being distributed through and by these technologies in particular. So one set of concerns arise from the way we're distributing sort of resources within these different institutions. So I focus primarily on algorithms and other sort of technological interventions in the criminal legal apparatus, as do many of us on this panel. But even when we expand out beyond just the criminal legal apparatus, you start talking about healthcare systems, you're talking about using algorithms that are supposedly, or other types of technology that are supposedly making us more efficient to distribute resources that in each of these institutions may be distributed in ways, or often are distributed in ways that are disadvantaging the already marginalized, already precarious communities, particularly communities of color, that we're really sort of, the tools are sometimes being offered as a response to. So that's one category, is like within institutions, we're distributing resources. But the other category, when you start talking about sort of abolitionist concerns, is the ways that technologies change how we understand what we're doing. The very ways in which these technologies make us think that we have solved problems that we have not. And at the same time are combining with law and in society to structure the allocation of resources across institutions, right? So these might be ways, technologies are ways to continue to invest in carceral responses to social problems, as opposed to the important sort of imagining work of building out or enhancing the sort of meager institutions of care that we have, that can operate to reinforce a status quo that I think many of us, not just those who identify themselves as abolitionists, recognize as deeply problematic in this historical moment.
Professor Cullors?
So, like Jessica, I want to start off by just thanking everybody. Thanks to the organizers, and I'm such a fan of everybody on this panel, including you, Ngozi. So, it's just an honor to be here. So, and I'm also love how you framed the question of sort of linking all of these different areas and how they link to the carceral system, because to my mind, some of the technologies we see with healthcare, with schooling, with everything is sort of interconnected. And, we often hear, the term bias and bias out, like, Jessica uses the term erasalism, if I can borrow from Jessica's term. But there's something else embedded in so many of these technologies, which is like sort of just a carceral logic. Like so many of the technologies we're talking about, sort of the end thinking is, how this can assist the police, how this can assist, the state. And I can't help but wonder, like, how things might be different if we had technologies that had a different kind of, logic or question at their core. Like, instead of technologies focusing on like, oh, what would make policing easier? What would it be like to imagine technologies that are asking, are prisons even necessary? Or are police necessary? Or, technologies that instead of focusing on what suspects should be denied bail, technologies that focus on, what law enforcement officers are at greater risk of using excessive force. If we had technologies that ask, well, what would increase public safety in the way that people really care about public safety? So not the way the state is telling us to care about public safety. And then the other thing I just want to say, I've already mentioned how, all of these technologies seem so interconnected. So, one of the big questions for me is sort of how do we escape the carceral logic of so many of these technologies? And also, how do we explore how these technologies are entangled with capitalism, entangled with racial capitalism? How do we undo all of
that? Professor Arnett?
So ditto on the thanks to everyone. Thanks to UCLA Law Review, students for putting in the hard work and pulling together this fantastic symposium. It's been awesome. Thanks to the professors that worked very hard to pull this together, Professor Morgan, Ducey, and Akadeve. And so I think the problem of the continued use of these technologies in this way is quite complex, right? I think it's worth mentioning at least three big concerns that jump out to me, some of which Bennett and Jessica have already mentioned. And the first, and to the extent that they have already said it, this is just me doubling down and sort of reemphasizing this, is this idea that of technology as savior, right? So the reality that the current slew of data-centric advanced tech that we're thinking about and addressing and fighting and advocating against is being presented as keys to opening doors to never before attainable answers, apparently, and oftentimes being not just presented as keys to opening up new ways of thinking, but oftentimes are being presented as outright solutions in and of themselves to these large historical social problems for which technology is just not going to resolve, as Jessica noted. So take, for example, one of the things that I've been thinking, writing, and advocating about over the past few years is the slow creep of big data policing measures in school districts across the country, where in the wake of this, repetitious cycle of mass school shootings, which seem to be a big one every other month, seemingly, you have security companies who are stepping in and schools turning to considering things like facial recognition technology and social media monitoring with the false promise of safety. So that I think the continued pursuit of these technological solutions, or techno-solutionism, as people refer to, I think the pursuit here is harmful because we further delay, we further deny, and further dismiss action toward the true problem. And in the context in which I'm talking about now in schools, I mean, the true problem is gun control in our culture that is deeply gun crazed. So instead, tech helps to maintain many schools as carceral spaces and as regenerators of the status quo. The second thing I would point out is tech as a conduit for mutation, and for mutation of and not necessarily the ending of harm. So another area that I advocate and on and around and write about is the use of electronic ankle monitors as an alternative to detention. Now, the problem with tech here is that it just simply mutates and reproduces many of the same harms of mass incarceration. The problem with mass incarceration was not just simply one of individual bodies in cages, but also one of collective harms, like harms to communities, harms to neighborhoods, harms to families, employment harms, educational harms, health harms, community and civic engagement harms, right? This is all part of mass incarceration, and this tech is presented as just getting people out and not addressing these other harms and the collateral consequences. So you have people using this or being placed on this technology who are free yet seemingly unfree, given all of the restrictions that are placed upon their person. And it makes me think about the quote that Michelle Alexander had when she was talking and addressing incarceration, and she compared, she said, how would the people who who dealt with the civil rights era think about slavery. Like, yeah, well, it was better, but, Jim Crow was, it's just another, less restrictive form, right? And that's how we think about tech here. And so to also plug Jessica's theorizing around erasalism, right? Tech is being used to sort of mask what's actually happening here. And it's just repetition of the same old in new forms, mutated forms. And last, I'll say, and because I've been talking a lot, is I think another concern here in the continued use of these technologies is questions along the lines of who is making tech and the technologies and for what reasons, right? I think continuing to use some of these technologies puts us at such a disadvantage because we're presented with them as advocates, as scholars, as researchers, as folks on the ground. We're presented with them so far down the line. Like, who are the people in the rooms making decisions and evaluations and determining design and goals here, and how that actually shapes what we ultimately see. So I'll leave it there.
Professor Hill.
I mean, what can I add after such eloquent remarks from everyone? And I think that my co-panelists have really touched upon the ongoing concerns I've had about the transition to technology. And as you've mentioned, I'm specifically looking at the use of algorithmic risk assessment instruments, computer algorithms that are being deployed in a variety of criminal contexts, but namely in the realm of bail. And so my experience prior to entering the academy was really collaborating with movement leaders, with organizers, in order to really effectuate the demands that they were making. And we have robust literature from both criminal legal scholars and otherwise that emphasizes how often law is credited for effectuating change, when the reality is social movements, right? Regular people, directly impacted people drive change, that structural change, that the responses of politicians turns on organizing and mass movement. So we have this robust literature about how law generally neutralizes the demands of decarceral movements and social movements. And the specific concern that I had that drove my research interests were, how is technology operating alongside and tandem with the law to continue to neutralize the demands of social movements? And so I would really want to emphasize this component of these series of concerns that have already been articulated, which is the technology is really operating in a fashion to change and shift the narrative. And we're seeing this shift in narrative proceeding nationally, right? There's a reason that we're having the suppression of robust discussion of race in the law. A reason that we are seeing the suppression of select forms of literature is wanting to discourage a comprehensive conversation around where power lies, who often drives, reform, how reform is oftentimes exclusionary. So my concern is, we're getting these really incredible decarceral demands from social movements. We're particularly seeing that in the realm of bail, right? Folks are demanding an end to monetary bail, but the end to monetary bail is meant to facilitate dramatic reductions in the number of people that we detain pre-trial. But then you see the introduction of, say, pretrial risk assessment instruments, and the narrative shifts from the decarceral demands that are being made by movements. So now the issue is not eliminating monetary bail so as to dramatically scale back the rate at which we incarcerate and cage people. Now the conversation is, well, we merely need to just eliminate monetary bail, and we have to come up with better mechanisms to predict dangerousness, what is ultimately an unreliable and inaccurate prediction that we've known since the 60s and 70s, that we've known for a very long time, incorporated into court opinions. So, my broad concern, is how technology is allowing power to continue to reside in traditional reservoirs, and it is not in that it is, again, operating alongside legal reasoning to justify the continued caging of human beings. And I think to the point that Bennett and others have already made, being deployed in ways that don't allow these subversive, robust demands that are being made by directly impacted people, it's not being deployed in a way to shift power, to actually realize these demands, but rather to keep those who control levers of power, wealthy elites, to allow them to continue to draw profit from the oppression of communities of color, particularly Black Americans. So thanks so much again for organizing this wonderful panel, and to the organizers of the conference more generally.
Thank you all for those great comments. And, I just want to surface the ways in which you all talked about the carceral logics in the use of these technologies, how they maintain carceral spaces, and how they essentially maintain the harms that they are supposedly designed to redress, and how they essentially put us in a situation where, as Professor Eaglin noted, where it seems as though they're solving problems that they're clearly not solving, and instead are legitimating non-investment in systems of care while legitimizing investment into caging and carceality, as well as racial capitalism. And so, when we think about that, along not only this rise in these technologies, we also see this rise in this discourse around reforming these technologies. And all we need to do is figure out the correct formula for the algorithm, and then we won't have this problem of racial disparities within that algorithm. If we reform these algorithms, it's definitely better than the status quo. And I think we've all heard that. I think we've all thought about that and tried to write against it. And so the question I have for all of you, and I'll put this to Professor Hill, since your comments also got at many of the problems with these reforms, particularly who gets to craft the reforms, who has power in the space to even conceptualize the ways in which these technologies will be used, not to mention how they would be reformed. I'd like to start with you, Professor Hill. If you could just speak more to this question of why is reform not a viable path here?
Yeah, and I speak from the perspective of someone who was helping drive reform efforts in New York, again, prior to entering the academy back in 2018, driving a campaign for pretrial justice reform, speedy trial reform, as well as bail, which was where I was able to develop some insights that I've incorporated into my scholarship. So I think to your point, Professor Okitaba, the position I started in was one of, well, yeah, it would be great if we could come up with a formula and deploy these instruments to identify people's needs, right? There was a lot of interchangeable language being used, but part of the strategy was, well, let's do needs-based assessments. We're going to utilize algorithmic risk assessment to identify what people's needs are. We've deployed them in a variety of other contexts, namely involving children in custody, which is not, the best example to point to of utilizing these types of needs-based assessments, but really justifying this turn to the instruments on the basis of, well, we can design a formula that is actually going to effectuate these decarceral demands. But again, the reality was that there were no real avenues for people to express a refusal or a rejection of the instruments. And we especially saw that in New York. The example that I point to is New York recently celebrated within the last maybe 4 or 5 years, the development of a new algorithmic instrument. And it's oftentimes pointed to as, well, they had a task force that influenced the development of the algorithm. But the task force wasn't developed until after efforts began to change the instrument. So when you look at headlines at the time in 2017, Mayor de Blasio convened a meeting at NYU Law School where he had leading technologists presenting on the changes they were already making to the instrument. And then a year later was the announcement of a task force to influence the development of the instrument. But there was no real opportunity for communities to express, well, what if we don't want the instruments? What if this is not something that we want deployed? What if our concerns outweigh the alleged benefits and advantages? So in my mind, the way that reform has proceeded has been, again, to reinstate where power resides. So it's not that we're witnessing, a task force, again, made up of formerly incarcerated people, people who are going to be most impacted, who continue to be most impacted by unaffordable bail amounts. These task force, while they may make some nod to directly impacted people, are merely utilizing them as some facial affirmation of equality and equity without actually having equitable outcomes. So in my mind, the ways we've seen the task forces, community groups being incorporated into this conversation remains exclusionary, remains suppressive, and does not actually afford people who have been most harmed by our criminal legal processes, does not afford them the opportunity to actually dictate the types of interventions that we should be making. Instead, what we see are the typical stakeholders, judges, politicians, scholars, legal scholars, scholars of other areas as well, being relied upon as the experts in the room rather than those who actually have lived experience.
Thank you so much, Professor Cullors.
So often I'm the odd person out on these panels because I tend to be a fan of technology. But that said, I think I agree with almost everything Sean said. I think in a way I'm just more optimistic because I'm constantly thinking about how technologies can be reshaped and what it would actually mean to have communities of color, people who've been highly policed at the table, helping say what they want, what kind of technologies they want to be safe. So sort of like a bottoms-up approach to sort of technology rather than a top-down approach. So I'm not giving up on technology. I just want to mention, we always sort of say Audre Lorde's, the master's tools will never destroy the master's house. But we should be interested in creating new tools ourselves to build something new. So that's why I'm sort of like a pro-tech person. And if I could just say one more thing, since Ruha Benjamin wasn't able to join us, obviously, she has different views on things, but she does agree that, technoscience can be appropriated and reimagined for more just ends. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Professor Egeland.
So thank you. I feel like a bobblehead on this panel. You guys can't see it on YouTube, but I'm just sitting here the whole time, nodding to everything everybody says. And I emphasize that, I think, in this particular context, because I've actually given a lot of thought to this exact question that I think is sort of coming up through both Bennett and Sean's comments, which is, we know that the algorithms and other kinds of technologies are doing sort of bad things. Does that mean that we are limited to saying, yes, I want this technology, or no, I don't want this technology? And I think that that's a really limited way of imagining what we can do with technology and what we can do in law, and at the intersection of both. And so, I want to go back to this point that Sean made a few minutes ago, where, he said technology is a tool basically to facilitate and to, I would say, normalize, but there are many words we might use in this space, the locations of power that we have come to be normalized, that we come to just expect. And that's exactly what the carceral state has been doing, right? That's what criminal law has been doing too. It's a way of sort of, it's not just sort of why we do criminal law. It's like, what does criminal law do? It has had this really, seismic impact on structuring our lives in ways that make racial difference and racial inequality seem very normal to all of us. And we see through algorithms and through other technologies at their intersection with law, the ways that we as a society continue to reproduce these kinds of hierarchies, these kinds of distribution of power. And so, to me, it's not, it's not a question of like, can we make the technology work, or can we, do we have to get rid of it? It's how do we start to, either through the technology or through the law or whatever, how do we start to challenge these assumptions that we have about sort of where power should reside and why society looks the way it does. And I think we can do that really through either route, right? Either through regulating technologies in novel ways, as Bennett is sort of getting at, or as Sean is highlighting, by highlighting the ways that we won't allow ourselves to imagine something different because of technologies at their intersection with law.
Thank you. And, this is really great to surface the fact that when we see the reforms we see on the table right now are, as Professor Hill got us thinking about, reforms that essentially mute the community and the views that the communities might have with respect to the use of these technologies, particularly around we see these tools being constructed without any knowledge from the community. We see them implemented, in ways that are contrary to the community. And Professor Hill just gave a great example about the task force and the ways in which communities are muted in this way. But of course, Professor Cullors gets us thinking about, what would it look like if communities had control over these technologies? What would that mean? And so that, of course, brings me to my next question. And I'm going to start with you, Professor Eaglin, since you guys thinking about the ways in which these technologies operate as a way for us to see how social hierarchies are being reproduced. And what question I have is, what does an abolitionist future mean to you? I mean, how do you see your work in critiquing these technologies with respect to the goal of an abolitionist future? What would technology look like in it?
Yeah, thank you so much. So I have really enjoyed this entire conference because in every panel, this question has come up. What does abolition mean? What does it mean to be, committed to an abolitionist future? And, I think, as I was sort of getting at already, so much of it is about imagining the world differently, right? And seeing inequalities and saying that we don't have to just live with them. We don't have to keep creating them. We can imagine and we can create a different world, a world that is not one where, Black and brown people are disproportionately incarcerated and disproportionately subject to surveillance and disproportionately precarious in society, right? And I think that, is there a place for technology in imagining that world? Yes, sure. Professor Cullors has written a beautiful piece that suggests that, maybe this can help us imagine. But I think my own work is mostly focused on saying, what really we have to do is start thinking about asking ourselves hard questions, right? The stuff we really don't want to do. And technology tends to get in our way because, this is a point that Shaz made earlier, we have our own we have this like collective imagination around technology that we're already fighting against that actually prevents us from thinking about the ways that technology is not doing good for the fact that it's technology, right? Like it's not inherently good. It's what we do with it or how we choose to use these tools to recreate the worlds that we've already known. But I think we can also we can change the worlds we know, and we can do that through law, we can do that through technology. But the hardest part is starting to ask ourselves how we are complicit in, the creation of this in an unequal world that we live in right now.
Professor Arnett?
Such a hard question, right? I think when I think of an abolitionist future, I tend to think of a world where historically marginalized groups are free from systems, from structures, and even from some of the suffocating legacies that we wrestle with. And for those people to be able to thrive unmolested, to be able to seek and experience joy, fulfillment, relaxation. Was having an interesting conversation. There's another, I've been sort of double dipping this weekend because it's another, it's a race and national security symposium that's taking place virtually as well. And Monica Bell was sort of speaking about, you know, all these incidents of living while Black and sort of, you know, the sort of thinking or thinking about national security in the sense of like being able to experience joy, right? And relaxation and fulfillment. You know, I think about, you know, the ability to have needs met where there is a collective commitment to whole well-being, where people are seen and not surveilled, right? Where people are housed and not caged, you know, where there aren't, you know, in general, just these arbitrary barriers to happiness. A future that's certainly not perfect, but definitely more livable than what we have now. I mean, I don't know. It's so sad that how hard it is to actually see and imagine that, and sort of think about or to transition to how you know, some of the work that I'm doing now sort of fits into pushing towards being able to imagine that. One of the things that I've been doing a lot of recently has been reading narratives and transcripts of people who were enslaved. It's become like an obsession of mine. And the more I read, the more I realize how little time has passed and how some things have never changed. And then I find myself asking, well, what would a relative of mine in the early, you know, to mid 19th century have thought about an abolitionist future, right? And if they could see what's happening now, 200, you know, years later, and sort of thinking how close or far off their vision would be to our reality now, and if it's off, you know, how far off, and you know, what do we mean by future? 200 years, a millennium? You know, what does, you know, and what does that say about our current prognostications right now? And sort of thinking about the future. I was struck recently. In the past year, I was reading about this case in Massachusetts where this Black woman, Tamara Lanier, brought a lawsuit against Harvard University over a photo made through this daguerreotype photo processing, you know, and which in the 1840s and 50s was like the latest cutting edge technology. And the images were captured by a guy named Joseph Zealy, and he was acting at you know, the request of Louis Agassiz, who was Agassiz, excuse me, who was a researcher. He's like this naturalist who was researching and working and teaching at Harvard University. And these images of enslaved people were captured on this cotton plantation in South Carolina, not too far from Columbia, like in late 40s, 1840s, 1850, 5 males to females. And Agassiz was interested for his pseudo race science, these images, and sort of, you know, making arguments why, you know, people of African descent were inferior. And, you know, make a long story short, these photos were kept in Harvard's Museum for Anthropology and Ethnology for like over a century. And they were later found in the attic of the museum in like the 70s. Anyway, Tamara Lanier somehow traced her history back to some of the two of the enslaved persons, a guy named Renzi and his daughter Delia. And you know, this question around who owned the image, Harvard or this descendant, had me thinking about the confluence of like abolition and technology and law. And ultimately, at least this trial court in Massachusetts ultimately said that Harvard owned the photo. And so I tried to imagine what Renzi and Delia, these enslaved persons who were captured in these images, what they thought about an abolitionist future, and what others in their position may have thought about an abolitionist future, and the reality that the tech of the time and the law of the time facilitated this trajectory where, going on 200 years later, their humanity, their privacy is still not their own. And they're still being violated from the grave in that way. So when I think about an abolitionist future, I'm not only trying to think about what it would look like, I'm also trying to think about what are the processes, the strategies that we need to put in place to make sure that the generations that come after us are still not in this stranglehold or in this grasp of what we're fighting now. And some of the work that I'm doing and thinking about race and privacy and how folks who were enslaved thought about it sort of is pushing us to give us some of the frames to think through that.
Professor Capers.
Great question. I will just be, so for me, when I think of an abolitionist future, I tend to be, as you mentioned, I'm always thinking of sort of like, what does our utopia look like? And for me, an abolitionist future has to be a whole picture kind of story, a whole picture kind of vision. So it's not just what's going on with law enforcement, what's going on with housing, what's going on with healthcare, what's going on with access to resources. And I think part of the challenge is trying to picture the whole thing and keep that in our sort of sight line. So we aim for that. One of the books I have on my reading list is called World Making After Empire. And I love the title because it's like, how do we build a world? And how do we envision something that we will probably have difficulty envisioning because we're so trapped by what we know. But clearly in my abolitionist future, there's a lot. I mean, like, that also comes with like social economic equality. Like all these other things are part of my abolitionist future. It's not just law enforcement. Everything for me is all interconnected.
Professor Hill?
Yeah, I love this question, particularly because, I am not as optimistic about technology. And I was thinking through, why is that? I haven't been optimistic for several years now, but I revisit the question. And I think some of the other panelists have referenced this, which is there are larger logics in place that in my mind are inevitably going to interfere and obstruct the reach of any technology. And I want to incorporate Derecka Purnell, who I know spoke yesterday. In her remarks, she often uses as an analogy, your roof is leaking in relationship to the refusal to pursue abolition as a solution. That someone's roof is leaking, the solution is to constantly place buckets within your home to catch the rain that falls from the roof. And someone says an analogy in relationship to abolition, well, we should fix the roof. But everyone is so accustomed to utilizing buckets that this seems absurd. And that's what I think in relationship to technology is, if we continue to have a logic that says Black and brown people have a natural inferiority to those who are classified as white, if we continue to have a logic that says caging human beings is an appropriate response to harm, if we continue to have logics that say the law has primarily operated as a vehicle to include or effectuate the demands of marginalized groups as opposed to suppressing, again, their demands or their needs. if we continue to have these broader logics, then I am skeptical of the reach of technology. And so when I think of an abolitionist future, it's the abolition, first and foremost, of dominant ways of thinking that we have to, as a precursor, first honestly confront the history of the criminal legal system in this country and globally. We have to honestly confront why resources, both material and otherwise, are allotted in the ways that they are. We have to minimally confront the series of crises that we face on a global scale right now, not just domestically, right? But again, on a global scale. So in my mind, yes, there is arguably a role for technology to play. I would love to be more optimistic about the reach of contemporary technology. But I think when we refer to the historical record, I'm thinking of Muhammad's The Condemnation of Blackness, incredible text that primarily examines the use of statistics and data in the wake of the abolition of slavery and how this was integral to the institution of Jim Crow and the institution of new systems of oppression. I think when we resort to the historical record, we see what happens when we turn to new methods, new technologies without first, flushing the wounds, without first confronting the reality, the urgency of the series of problems that we're facing. So in my mind, if we think of an abolitionist future, it starts with I think in many ways, political education, which I think we are obviously engaged in, not obviously, occasionally engaged in the academy. We can always be doing better, but I think it first requires wide scale education of not just the public, but of established scholars and academics, and first reaching some collective agreements about the nature of the problem that we face. Because if we are not in agreement of the nature of the problem that we face, this is what permits manipulation. This is what enables, again, those who possess power, which are not those from marginalized communities, allows them to, again, merely introduce technology for the purposes of profit and for the purposes, again, of justifying the incarceration and caging of human beings.
Thank you. And, I just want to surface Professor Arnett's comments about privacy and how that's often lost in this conversations that we have about technology with respect to thinking about this question of the problems of it. I'm really glad that you raised it. And I also think it's really great that what comes through all your comments is the ways in which the carceral logic, the racial logics, the capitalist logics underlying the use of these technologies, the creation of these technologies, the barrier to an abolitionist future. But even as we think through a question of an abolitionist future, it's just so great to have a panel with divergent views. The idea that that future might, as Professor Capers gets us thinking about, have technologies or maybe not, as Professor Hill gets us thinking about. And it's just so wonderful to be in conversation with all of you. Before I ask my next question, I just want to remind those who are in the audience that we're going to be talking for another 30 minutes, but then we're going to transition to audience questions. So please use the question and answer feature on the webinar and post a question if you have one for our panelists. So thinking about this question of abolishing current these technologies that are currently being used, there's been significant on the ground organizing around abolishing the use of these technologies. And I just was hoping that you all could speak to some of the synergies that are happening right now between community organizers, scholars, and thought leaders in this moment. And I'll start with Professor Hill.
Yeah, I have been really fortunate, not as much in recent years, but especially fortunate to have collaborated with a host of groups in driving a reform campaign, both in New York, but also, really getting some exposure to the efforts that were happening in California as well, with their turn to bail reform. So I want to first just start by explicitly naming some of the groups that I deeply admire that have really been driving this work, starting in New York, Vocal New York, Just Leadership, being specific to New York, Law for Black Lives, the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights, the Movement Alliance Project, formerly known as the Media Mobilizing Project, in California specifically, the SE Justice Group, and Silicon Valley Debug. And so these groups I've referenced are nonprofits. They are made up of organizers. There are, of course, defense organizations that have also been very much involved in the drive around bail reform in particular. And so what I so deeply admired and continue to admire about these groups and the work that they are engaged in is this deep commitment to elevating the voices of those who are directly impacted. And I use elevate in comparison to maybe the deployment or manipulation of voices, right? I really have witnessed so many of these organizations working in a collaborative way to develop comprehensive solutions and to, take positions that remain deeply unpopular. I'm thinking in California, there were several years that this bail debate took place. The bill that was originally introduced was supported widely by grassroots groups. Then there was a closed door meeting with the Chief Justice of California and a working group. And after that closed door meeting, you see these dramatic changes to the bill, such that the groups that originally supported it withdrew their support and ended up not only having to express public opposition, but also having some strange bedfellows like the bail bond industry in California, because while their motives were different, the conclusion was, at least on the part of organizers, that this bill that was passed by Governor Brown was ultimately going to leave the pretrial system intact, which was obviously very opposite to what groups wanted. So, when I think of synergy, when I think of what does the moment demand, particularly of legal professionals and of law students, it is developing the ability and the commitment to work collaboratively, to understand the limits of our own knowledge and abilities as lawyers. And I think that's especially difficult exiting law school, because the implicit and explicit messaging is you're developing an expertise and you are the expert in the room. But we are the experts in particular areas, and we can all stand to engage in introspection and real self-analysis around the role that we occupy and how we can disturb existing distributions of power. And so the organizations that I referenced have impressed me, and I continue to admire for their ability to collaborate, to work through conflict, because conflict is inevitable and conflict is not an inherently bad thing. Conflict is a natural part of movement and of accomplishing our collective objectives. So again, just wanted to name some of these groups. There are obviously countless others that I could also name, but I think that they just really demonstrate elevating the voices of directly impacted people and really remaining principled in our opposition and in our vision of what we want as alternatives.
Professor Arnett?
Yeah, I can't say more than what Sean has already said. So I'll throw a few names to shout out, which also fall into the fold of sort of impacting, lifting up impacted folks, sort of organizations that prioritize sort of collective strategizing and organizing, pulling together folks from different sectors of the community. So Media Justice, it's a really fantastic organization. If you all are not familiar with them, I know a lot of their work from their organizing around the use of electronic ankle monitors. They've been instrumental in sort of framing the issue as incarceration and sort of pushing policy changes, moving to abolish the practice where they can, and in other ways sort of restricting the policies that accompany the use of electronic monitoring. So great to shout them out in the work that they've been doing. Leaders of a Beautiful Struggle is an organization here in Baltimore. They have done a lot of organizing recently around the use of surveillance tech. They worked with the Maryland ACLU in bringing a case against the Baltimore Aerial Surveillance Project that ultimately went to the Fourth Circuit, and they won. I think they should be uplifted. There's Magente and other organizations that are focused on the proliferation of surveillance technologies in the immigration context. Carceral Tech Resistance Network falls in that mode. And then certainly, I think it's worth shouting out the people with Stop LAPD Spying and all the work that they have been doing in Los Angeles to sort of investigate what's happening with police, sort of the challenge and the sort of cross country organizing and collective strategizing that they've been engaged in. So yeah, definitely worth uplifting those.
Professor Egeland?
Yeah, so if Chaz couldn't add more, I know I can't. So I don't want to spend too much time being negative, but I do want to just expound a little bit on a juxtaposition to what both Sean and Chaz are talking about. So, I think that what's interesting in the context of technology, particularly carceral technologies right now, is that they are being politicized. But there's politicization, and then there's politicization. And, one of the things that impresses me about, many of the organizations that that my co-panelists have mentioned is, really centering on politicizing the carceral logics that are espoused through these technologies, politicizing the ways in which we are resigned to sort of certain conceptions of who is an expert, continuing to have, the primary say in when and how technologies are being employed. It doesn't have to be that way. And, your work, Ngozi, has inspired me. Bennett's work, all the panelists, I think, have done really, fascinating work trying to challenge that. Along with saying, let's get rid of these different technologies, saying, there are different ways in which we could be raising up the voices, not just as sort of, maybe the term is like democratic participation in its sort of most watered down form, where it's like, oh, we want everyone to get to say something about technology before we do what we want to do, right? It's really about saying, this is one path, and there's no guarantee that we're going to take this path, and really soliciting the insight of people who are most affected by the technologies to determine whether and why to take this path, but also very importantly, having other choices, right? So it's not like this path or the deluge. It's like, we could do this, or we could spend that same money on investing elsewhere, or, whatever it looks like. So I want to say that because, something that I won't be talking about much, and I doubt my co-panelists will either, is the ways in which some issues like accuracy and discrimination have really captured the public discourse around different technologies, right? But that the way that those sort of concepts, which are very much alive in law, and technology in both spaces at the same time, but the way that those sort of concepts have not actually facilitated and instead have really muted the politicization of this path over others, right? And I think that the organizations that my co-panelists have mentioned have really found ways to reframe the discourse to avoid those sort of common places that people feel most comfortable engaging with technologies in order to get to the hard questions that really do push us to think about more, why do we think like this, and less, why does technology work like that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, thank you. And thank you for lifting those amazing organizations. I see that Nicole put these organizations in the chat. And I just want to, just surface something that Professor Eaglin said that, again, goes back to some of the ways in which the use of these technologies, pose a barrier to thinking about an abolitionist future. The cost associated with trying to fix these technologies, in terms of epistemologically the investment, as well as the financial investment, and how that kind of investment, even to get us thinking through this question of exactly what we mean when we think about the idea of having these technologies in an abolitionist future. And I just want to go on this thread because Professor Hill, Professor Arnett have just raised so many amazing organizations. And I'll start with you, Professor Capers. Beyond your own work and topics, are there scholars, activists, organizers, and journalists engaged in this work that you think it's important to highlight?
So I will answer in terms of scholars. So obviously, everybody should be reading everybody on this panel, including you, Ngozi. Like, you're all doing incredible work. I'm a big fan of Jocelyn Simonson and Akbar, like a whole host of people. But I'm also going to answer the question differently, if that's okay. Because for me personally, it's very big to read science fiction. It's very big for me to read Octavia Butler, Ursula Le Guin. It's very big for me to read people who are actually envisioning different ways of doing things. And I love the Octavia Butler quote. Sure, there's nothing new under the sun, but there are other suns. There are other ways of imagining things, and we can't give up on imagining things being done differently.
Thank you so much, Professor Capers, and particularly just raising those imaginations outside of legal scholars. And I love your piece, Afrofuturism, Critical Race Theory and Policing in the year 2044, particularly because you're engaging with Afrofuturism and thinking beyond these confines of legal thinking. And of course, that gets me to thinking about Professor Eaglin's piece that was always already mentioned about erasalisms, but how legal scholarship itself acts as a way of knowledge production and validation that kind of confines our thinking about the use of these technologies. I would love to turn it to Professor Arnett.
Can I just, since we've mentioned it a couple of times, just say that Jessica Eaglin has a book coming out focusing on erasalism. It's been mentioned multiple times, so keep an eye out for that. That's going to be a game changer. I'm thinking along the lines of Bennett. It's been, of course, I'm inspired by certainly everyone here, the work that you all do, and others in the academy. But I'm also sort of pushed to think and imagine and deeply influenced by science fiction work, and like Bennett mentioned, Octavia Butler, and then other works that aren't necessarily even futuristic, but just provides alternative worlds and realities for Black and Brown folks. It's so insightful to my thinking, and also my hopefulness during these times. So like the N.K. Jeminsons and the Tommy Adeyemis and Marlon James's work, book I read recently, The Old Drift by Namweli Serpell, pretty incredible. So I think it's those fictional pieces that sort of shows that, as Bennett mentioned, that there are different suns, there are different worlds, there there are more possibilities that really excite me and invigorate me in this work. So I'll just uplift them.
Do you want to echo how excited I am about Professor Eaglin's book and turn it to her as well with respect to this question?
I'm so glad I don't have to do any of my own pubbing because you guys are doing it for me. Thank you. Yeah, I'm really excited. Hopefully we'll get out by the end of the year. You know, and actually on that note, I mean, I guess I'm an academic. I'm just going to raise up a couple of theorists that continue to influence and inspire me. So hands down, number one, Catherine McKittrick. I mean, if you haven't read Dear Science and Other Stories, like, please just go get it. It's phenomenal and has been so inspirational. And in terms of my own thinking about sort of how to think about writing about science and technology in ways that allow us to sort of begin to imagine the world differently as scholars, right? As Black scholars in particular. You know, I've been reading a lot of Stuart Hall. You know, critical race theory is under attack, and I'm just scooping up every little piece that I can find before people try to make it disappear. So, you know, some of the great works, you know, obviously Kimberly Crenshaw's work is timeless. Ian Haney Lopez, you know, but so this is I want to just highlight this theme that's coming, I think, from all of us, which is that you know, we're not going to find the answers in law alone. And this is an interdisciplinary fight. I really loved the earlier panel on, you know, abolition in a global context, and, you know, have really taken that to heart. Sylvia Wynter, I love her work, right? But like looking to other thinkers, Black thinkers, subaltern, you know, or global South thinkers, you know, that are confronting or have already confronted sort of the ways in which we engage in this social process of silencing other sons, to use, you know, to use this term, but of preventing us from imagining the world differently, right? And thinking about how do we contest that? And I think that there's just a deep need for theoretical insight on that. And that makes me a academic just as much as we need to be looking to people who are on the ground also doing the work. I mean, you know, Mariambe Kaba, right? I mean, she's reading all the same theory stuff I am and turning it into practice. So thinking about sort of what are the ways that we can all begin to imagine outside of the confines that we are sort of trained into, particularly in you know, for us in the legal academy, since that's what we're all in, really requires reaching beyond our own sort of resources or methodologies to think about how it intersects with others.
Professor Hill?
Yeah, I was, thank you for giving me a little bit of time because I wanted to first look up, everyone goes by alternative names on Twitter, so it's a bit hard to name folks that have really inspired my thinking because their names are not necessarily what their social media name is on Twitter. Okay, so 3 people that I highly recommend, one of whom's already been named. First and foremost, Mariame Kaba. I think her thinking around abolition and a host of other subjects is absolutely incredible. And so she is on Twitter at Prison Culture. I would also highly recommend Bree Newsome. Again, incredible insights, experience organizing in particular. And she's at Bree E. Newsome. And then finally, a professor, Dr. CBS, who is at Black Left AF. So those are 3 folks that are constantly driving my thinking around a host of subjects and who, besides Dr. CBS, I don't believe are formal academics. In terms of, you know, scholarship, legal and otherwise, highly recommend Mark Neocleus's book, A Critical Theory of Police Power. Absolutely incredible. The Racial Contract by Charles Mills, who recently passed away. I think to Professor Eaglin's point in particular, we have had such incredible insights from scholars that continue to have incredible impact. Obviously Kimberly Crenshaw, but I think that Charles Mills is just an incredible theorist that I would highly recommend you all check out. The Racial Contract in particular, and then Front Lash, which is by Vesla Weaver, but that I think is an incredible piece generally, again, that helps us understand the political moment we find ourselves in. Again, Kimberly Crenshaw's first piece, Race Reform and Retrenchment, I think it is, her ability to foresee much of what we continue to experience continues to deeply impress me. So I say the same for both Kimberly Crenshaw and Vesla Weaver.
Those are great. I want to echo what the panelists have said. I mean, those are great. I just want to also name, Professor Dorothy Roberts, whose work has been really fundamental to how I think about these issues. Professor Ruha Benjamin, who unfortunately couldn't be here. I mean, her so many of her books, including Race After Technology, the People's Science. I mean, her work has just been so fundamental. And I also just wanted to surface Community Justice Exchange and the work that they're doing around algorithms and abolitionist thinking. We only have less than 30 minutes. And so I'm going to ask the panelists one more question, and then we're going to turn to audience questions. Please, if you have any questions, use the question answer feature and post your question. Surfacing what Professor Eaglin says really sets us up to think about what kinds of research, reimagining, advocacy, organizing is needed to get us toward an abolitionist future. And particularly, what ways of knowing should we be tapping into? Something that's come out of this brilliant discussion has been the ways of knowing that are so integral to these systems. They're created with carceral ways of knowing, carceral knowledge production and validation processes. One component implicit in many of your comments is the fact that these technologies are exclusively constructed with carceral institutions, knowledge from those institutions. It's trained with knowledge from those institutions. And so in some ways, to think about those kinds of technologies doing anything but legitimizing the status quo is something that just can't happen. So I'm interested in hearing, I'll start with you, Professor Arnett, what epistemic frames should we be turning towards? What ways of knowing should we be engaging with?
Yeah, so I've been, and I'm sure because we cross, workshops and panels all the time, and you all know that one consistent theme with me, I'm always looking back to what we can learn, from the period of enslavement and Reconstruction. I think it's so important. I think yesterday it was Kendall Thomas who was hammering the focus on Reconstruction. So I would second that and say it's important, and then also everything that led up to in the beginning of leading up to the Reconstruction period. And that's why this battle most recently over the 1619 Project is so important, wrestling around what frames, which understanding we should bring to history, because I think we're at another important moment where we can go in a number of different directions, and sort of, to connect back to what Sean was saying about Crenshaw's work, reform and retrenchment, right? Like which directions are we going to go off into? And one of the things, and I'll say quickly because I know we want to get to some questions and further discussion. With that in mind, one of the things that I've been thinking about now and working on is wrestling with this new literature that is developing around surveillance capitalism, what the folks at Data for Black Lives are referring to as data capitalism, and how much of the academic work in this space is whitewashed to a certain degree. There isn't much conversation about race, even though we know the historical and current connections between race and capitalism. So part of what I've been thinking about and writing and trying to push is, the connections between racial capitalism and this new data capitalism world. And I've been championing and pushing back on folks that talk about data as the new oil and data as the new gold, and saying maybe we should think about data as the new cotton, and letting that be the frame that we run with. Not only because the cotton empire, because if you look at Shoshana Zuboff's surveillance capitalism work, she makes connections between what's happening now to what happened, in the development of auto manufacturing and the impact that it had on work and labor and capitalism in this country. And I think you could go even further back, and make that connection to the one commodity that sort of ushered America into industrialization, and that was cotton, right? So I think it's an important frame, not only because of that, and not only because it sort of forces us to reflect on the fact that the true value was not necessarily the cotton, was the Black bodies, the scarred bodies of millions of Africans that were valued more than 2 times and 3 times the entire annual income out of the U.S. At the mid 19th century, right? That sort of helped change America's the struggling European outposts, and not only because of that, but also because it forces us to think and be reminded that at the heart of capitalism is exploitation of race and exploitation of racial hierarchy. So I think frames like those in which I'm working on, those that sort of elevate the perspectives and voices from those on the margins, whether it's currently or whether it's bringing voices from the past to now, and to bear on how we see, is going to be important for ushering us and helping us move and being able to see an abolitionist future.
Professor Cullors?
So I'm just going to mention one small sliver or one small part. I mean, for me right now, just in my tiny little world, like the emphasis has to be on sort of changing law schools, because that's where I work, to help us build towards an abolitionist future or a more utopian future. I mean, one of my biggest concerns is, even as schools work to be like more DEI, more anti-racist, we're really not talking about like radically changing the curriculum or radically changing anything. We're really still talking about like, oh yeah, we still want students to graduate and go to law firms and sort of, enable capitalism to flourish. So, I think one part of imagining an abolitionist future is also imagining, changing law schools, or at least carving out space in law schools where students can actually get the tools they need to create the kind of future we have in mind. And I'm not sure we're doing enough of that in the law school arena.
Professor Egeland?
Yeah, so again, I mean, I think that, really looking to interdisciplinary scholars from, sort of the fringes or that are marginalized, and confronting marginalization, structural marginalization in particular is deeply important. And so, to that end, I think that, we've been sort of, I mean, there's a need for praxis, frankly. I mean, which for all of us, at least for me, it means, thinking about and trying to make sense of things that are happening on the ground, and the ways that things that are happening on the ground can influence, theoretical scholarship, and theoretical scholarship can influence things that are happening on the ground. And so, I think that, for me, it's trying to have a foot in many different spaces. And I really appreciate Professor Cullors for highlighting, not losing sort of the foothold that we all come to these issues with, which is law, and looking to see how law interacts with these different epistemologies and are expressed in law itself, is such important work. And frankly, again, just to reference the recent critiques of critical race theory, it's something that we're starting to lose in law, right? Like we're not doing the theory work in law at the moment. And technology, the law and technology scholarship often leans in the direction of doing sort of empirical work. And I've written a lot about, the need to complement, not necessarily saying that there's anything wrong with empirical work, it can give us some insights, but complementing that with other methodologies is so deeply important to help us understand sort of what we as a society are doing right now through technology in the criminal legal apparatus. And so, really trying to bring those different, aspects together, I think is critical.
Professor Hill?
Yeah, I won't just restate what I think has already been really well stated. Absolutely agree with Professor Arnett that I found since I've transitioned into the academy that I have become much more consumed with history. I was an English major in undergrad, and yet I find myself so much more immersed in history, and it's supplying real guidance about the parallels to the past and the moment that we find ourselves in, and that so much of what we're experiencing, Black communities in particular have really experienced since the country's inception. So recommend definitely just familiarizing yourself with the history. I think there are just so many great texts that folks can look to, including the 1619 Project, providing a broader overview of some of this history. I also recommend looking to and crediting those who are responsible for the more robust conversations that we are having in the academy. So I'm thinking of Critical Resistance, the collective that first made the demand, a couple decades ago for abolition, for alternatives to redressing harm that do not rely on caging. So want to name Critical Resistance, want to name Movement for Black Lives, not merely as for the movement work that they've done, but they have a series oftentimes of demands, explanations of those demands, the interventions that we should be making. So whenever we hear this response from traditional stakeholders of, well, what exactly is the solution? We have a tremendous amount of solutions that have been generated, again, by directly impacted people. And then finally, really recommend sharpening our class analysis and our race analysis and blending these analyses. So recommend Carceral Capitalism by Jackie Wang, Our Enemies in Blue, Black Marxism, and Antonio Gramsci's Prison Notebooks, which informed Kimberly Crenshaw's Race, Reform, and Retrenchment. And again, I think still remains deeply relevant despite having been written over a century ago.
Well, thank you all. And before we turn to audience questions, I just want to highlight in thinking about this question of reimagining, trying to engage with other ways of knowing. In that vein, Professor Ruha Benjamin is the founding director of the Ida B. Wells Just Data Lab, which brings together students, educators, and activists and artists with the aim of developing creative approaches to data conceptualization, production, and circulation. So a way of thinking about engaging with other ways of knowing moving forward. And the comments made by the panelists are so powerful in thinking about how we can engage with new ways of thinking about these issues. Going to the first question in the that has been presented to us. It's for Professor Egeland. It's been referenced, but I'm wondering if Professor Egeland could discuss what she means by erasalism. How can that concept be deployed to further abolitionist movements?
well, there's a book coming out eventually. So, it will be much more lucid in future iterations. But basically, the idea that I'm getting at is that, we have these racial assumptions or these assumptions that are deeply shaped by race that are tethering us basically to moving in the direction of more and more technology in criminal legal sort of administration. And I think that they generally go unmarked. And so, e-racialism is sort of a term to refer to the ways that we already think we know what race is and what race means that propel us towards technology and normalize the social reproduction of racial difference, of white privilege, of Black disadvantage, brown disadvantage in society more broadly. So I think it's deeply, in my mind, it's deeply connected to the abolitionist agenda, to the extent that we understand the abolitionist agenda as being deeply connected to imagining the world differently, right? And I think that Sean, Professor Hill, really just ended with a really great note, which is saying, like, we really need, and I thought that actually Professor Kendall Thomas said this yesterday just so eloquently, right? Like, we still don't have good language to confront and to discuss the ways in which race continues to structure our society and the ways that it continues to structure our society through law. And I think that, there's a deep need for theory, as I already said, to help us sort of navigate that space. And so, e-racialism is a term that I'm using to sort of start to try and build that sort of that theoretical foundation that I still think is lacking, despite the wonderful work that has been coming out. And I have so enjoyed, this conversation in terms of just referencing so many of the people who continue to shape my own thinking, both in the historical context and in the current context. One last thing I want to say on this point, though, is that I think we have a real problem with technology, which is that we're like obsessed with the new. And the obsession, it's no surprise that so many of us are referencing history. Because one of the things that technology is doing, whether technology has to do it or not, some of the work that it's doing is erasing or sort of distorting our understandings of how we got to this place, and so how we might go about responding to it. That I think is also has a deep connection to the abolitionist agenda, right? Which is to say, there are so many different paths that we can take in response to some of the social problems that we see technologies being implemented as, or being conceptualized as responses to. And it's us that has decided that this is the way, right? And I think that race continues to pop up as a reason why we think it has to be this way. And so, my future work is really trying to grapple with, what are the depths of that, and what kind of work does that do in society?
So another question, I think this will be our last question since we only have a few minutes left. Progressives spend a lot of time talking about transparency in tech. Is the focus on transparency consistent with abolitionist goals? And I will start with you, Professor Hill.
Yeah, great question. I would say transparency in and of itself is insufficient, but I appreciate the demand for transparency and locate it not necessarily amongst progressives, namely politicians, but rather akin to the demand to end money bail, right? It's an incredible organizing strategy because it raises public awareness and interest, and it is a demand as opposed to a slogan. And this is a helpful framing I've adopted from some of the organizers and activists that I've named for you all. Slogans like Build Back Better or Make America Great Again are subject to manipulation and a host of interpretations that again leave existing distributions of power intact. We should distinguish slogans from demands, which are things like cancel student debt, right, or end money bail, or right, transparency in risk assessment instruments. So I think that there is value in having a clear demand, but my concern has been that the justifications like transparency were also utilized when we turned to determinate sentencing, right? When we took away discretion from judges, it was justified in similar language and logics of let's bring consistency and transparency to sentencing. And we see how that turned out for Black and Brown folks. So it's to say that I see value in these types of demands where they can contribute to groups organizing themselves, having clear expectations of stakeholders. But I think that so many things, they can also be subject to manipulation. I think we've seen that, simply see transparency being, well, we'll give you the data, but we'll continue to interpret it in a fashion that, again, justifies disproportionately caging Black and Brown people.
Professor Egeland.
I want to echo Sean's comments. I think you're really dealing with or confronting two sort of disparate discourses, each of which can operate to depoliticize the expansion of technologies. And so on the one hand, for me, the space where I sort of came to this issue of transparency was doing policy work. And somebody asked me, what's high risk mean? And I was like, we should really unpack that before we start to advocate for algorithms in criminal legal reform, right? And they were like, oh, no, like, I'm sure everybody knows what it means. And it's like, no, they don't. But, a lot of these technologies are sort of expanding through discourses that make people, like stop questioning them. Like, oh, of course we don't want high risk people on the street. And then you start looking at the algorithms and it's like, is this, we're saying that rearrest, for like, being stopped by the police for like jaywalking, this is what we call high risk? Like, no, this cannot be, sort of how we decide what matters in these different spaces. But the language itself can sort of desensitize you to it. So, transparency, just as Professor Hill suggested, it is a first step, right? Like we can't really begin to unpack why some of these technologies are so problematic if we aren't able to dig under the surface. But I think the problem is that transparency itself is also a discourse, and it's one that is also depoliticizing, right? Where people say, oh, if we just knew what the data was, or like, if we knew what the algorithm, the algorithms, the actual algorithm is weighing, then we could be satisfied. And it's like, no, we can't be satisfied. This is a first step, a really an initial step in the critical inquiry as to sort of what technology can do or is doing in particular spaces. So it's, it's a balancing act. And I think that, the concern is that you can get a lot of people who will get excited about the desire for transparency, but might not be willing to push any further than that. And that's not enough.
Thank you so much. And with that, I end this amazing panel. Thank you so much for sharing this space with us and helping us think critically about technology and the idea of an abolitionist future. I'm so grateful to have had the chance to facilitate it. And thank you all for these wonderful conversations we've had for the past 2 days. I'm just going to turn it over for closing remarks. Thank you again.
Thank you so much, Professor Okadegbe and all of the panelists. That conversation was so interesting, and all of the panelists challenged us to be creative and imagine the future we want and use technology how we want, whether that is optimistically or cautiously. And many of them reminded us of our history, as Professor Egeland stated, that technology can distort our understanding of how we got here, which can affect how we view technology and its use in our future. But thank you so much to everyone for taking the time to join us for this symposium toward an abolitionist future. I know I've learned so much in every panel, and I hope that you did too. As a law student, this weekend has inspired me and given me hope for the work we can do to create our future. And I wanted to specifically thank Nicole and Esme, and all the students who helped put this symposium on, as well as Alana for her help in making this a reality. Now I'm going to pass it over to our co-faculty sponsor, Professor Tusi.
Thank you, Hope. I just want to thank everyone for being here, engaging in this struggle toward abolition with us. Thank you to the panelists and moderators for your brilliance, fire, and willingness to have conversations that brought inspiration, critiques, and provided some of the building blocks for where we need to go. Thank you to the audience for spending your weekend with us. And I know some of you have had some weather issues. I hope you're keeping warm and able to join us at a later time when you watch the video on YouTube. And to those of you watching at a later date, thank you for joining this conversation. I'm grateful to everyone at the UCLA Law Review, Dean Mnookin for supporting the event, Professor Sunita Patel for providing initial guidance as we were working on our conference proposal, and to my homegirls, the faculty co-sponsors, Alicia, Ngozi, and Jamelia. I want to conclude by reflecting on the role of the law in struggling toward an abolitionist future. We're at a conference hosted by a law school, or at a law school by a law review, and I want to focus on the legal community right now. Something that's really resonated with me is that as lawyers and law students, there's space to listen to, organize with, and work alongside communities. And for law professors in particular, I think we need to rethink our pedagogy, and Professor Capers was just mentioning some of this during the last panel. And as someone said yesterday, we may also need to set aside careerist moves that perpetuate or validate our current white supremacist, racial capitalist, and carceralist systems, and challenge ourselves by being visionary, imaginative, and courageous. While we weren't able to have these conversations under the California sun this time, I hope we are able to connect and ideate and create toward an abolitionist future in person very soon. Thanks everyone for joining today and participating.
Thank you so much, Professor Tusi. Thank you so much to everyone for joining us for our 2022 annual symposium. I want to give a special thank you to Hope Bentley, Esme Levy, Nicole Powell, and our entire team at the UCLA Law Review for your tireless work organizing this groundbreaking symposium. Thank you to our co-sponsors for making this possible. And of course, thank you so much to Professors India Tusi, Jamelia Morgan, Ngozi Okitaba, and Alicia Virani, our mighty faculty co-sponsors, for trusting us with your vision and for bringing together this remarkable group of panelists, scholars, activists, and organizers, including local LA-based abolitionists, including Patrisse Cullors, Melina Abdullah, Lex Stepling, Michael Saavedra, and Christian D. Green, who continue to bring abolition to life and whose resistance work brings us closer to an abolitionist future. We will post the recordings of this weekend's events to YouTube in the coming days. So I've been reflecting on an exchange during our first panel from Professor Naomi Murakawa, where she said, publishing one specialty journal on abolition is not enough. And it's not. Abolition is grounded in ongoing resistance and solidarity work. Student law journals are not outside of the structures of power and privilege that we have contested this weekend. We are part of one. We will not get to abolition by hosting a symposium like this, but as Robert Salim Holbrook suggested, we cannot underemphasize the critical importance of continuing to occupy these intellectual spaces. Our future rests on what we are collectively mobilized to do and what we will continue to demand: an end to violence and carceral punishment and the abolition of policing and prisons. To be a member of the Law Review is to wield an immeasurable amount of privilege and power. Law school students across the country control legal academia in a way that is distinct from every other profession. We choose which thoughts should be shared with the world. whose knowledges should be valued, and whose perspectives should shape our understanding of the law. We decide if structural inequality will continue to be embedded in legal scholarship. And we have to use the law review as a tool of liberation and not a tool of power. I want to lift up a comment that Erin Miles Cloud made this morning. She said, everyone wants to end violence against someone somewhere, but abolitionists want to end violence for everyone, everywhere. We hope that the symposium has inspired you to action and that this is the beginning of many conversations to come. Now I'm thrilled to introduce our incoming editor-in-chief, Terry Allen. And I want to share something with you that Terry mentioned to me during a recent conversation. He said, if law reviews are gatekeepers to legal scholarship, I want to be at the gates with the keys, breaking down those gates and rebuilding them. We know that our journal is in such capable hands with Terry, and we are so excited to see what you will accomplish.
Thank you so much, Alana. I'm a man of very few words, so I'm gonna keep it very brief, but on behalf of the new leadership of the UCLA Law Review, I would like to thank you all for attending our annual symposium and engaging in such critical and progressive scholarship and community work. As many of you all know, UCLA Law Review prides itself on being a forward-thinking journal centering transformative issues and new, historically marginalized, intersectional, and diverse voices in legal academia. And it's for this reason, alongside the reason that Alana mentioned, that I wanted to be editor-in-chief of this journal. It's what excites me. It's what keeps me hopeful to continue to freedom dream. We as activists, scholars, organizers, and community members all have an important role in revolutionizing legal discourse, and I'm beyond excited to get started. So with that said, we've made it, y'all. Feel free to reach out to me anytime, anybody on my staff, as we continue to have important conversations about an abolitionist future. Thank you, and have a wonderful weekend.